Kick it off. I'll go ahead and call this meeting of the Rapz and Restaurant Committee to order. And my name is David Zook, County Executive, and appreciate all of our committee members being here and being part of this gargantuan task of reviewing and ranking and recommending on all of these applications. And thank you also to members of the public who are here today. I have asked our council chairman, David Erickson, if he will chair this meeting today. I have to leave in about an hour for a funeral, and I'll be gone for a couple of hours, and then hopefully I'll be back. Most likely I'll be back before you guys are done. We have a bigger stack than ever today to get through, so I'm sure I'll be back before you're done. We do have lunch coming today, so Janine will bring that for you guys at some point. I'll be gone at that point, but she'll bring that in. And I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Dave. Thank you, Dave.
You bet. I guess if you're coming back, that's not your funeral.
No, not mine.
I always like, we want to clarify. So. Okay, appreciate it. Again, I want to reiterate, appreciate everyone that's willing to serve. And maybe I won't say be harassed with maybe a few phone calls, and I hope that people are cordial from the public as they do call you if they do. I hope you're not walking around with a bullseye, that you're treated respectfully in a crazy world. So this is a good thing. This is a neat opportunity, an opportunity where we are able to make a suggestion. And this is what this committee does, is that we suggest, but we go through it, we do a lot of the vetting, and then we make the suggestion that is sent to the county council, and their ratification process then basically verifies it and then puts it into ordinance for allocation. So don't feel like it's too weighted, that yes, there are changes. Everything's subject to change after it leaves us. It depends on the county council. They have the biggest bullseye on them, and they will take the brunt of any criticism. That if there's any criticism that comes to this committee, don't send it to this committee. Go to your county council. They're the big decision makers for this. So we hope that in other words, we want you guys to come back next year. So we'll let the county council that have to come back next year, we'll let them make that decision. So we just vet it and we get the right information. At that point, I'm going to turn Alma, you got a couple things you want to share with us first, right?
Yes, and you wanted me to talk about number 23 as well?
I had one question on that.
Okay.
How that change came about. So
I'll start with mine and then...
We can do that in the process too, whatever you want to do.
Okay. All right. Alma Burgess, I'm in the finance office, and this is a great experience to be able to work with all of you on this board. I hope that I've simplified, made it a little easier. I put it in 2 books. Maybe next year we'll get you some wheels to carry those books. But last year it was so overflowing, I decided to just put it in the 2 books, and I really appreciate the time and effort that you put into this. You've reviewed over 1,200 pages of information on 79 applications, and so it was a huge task. It's overwhelming on our end as we receive them, and then when I pass them off to you, I know that you're probably overwhelmed as well, but I really do appreciate you doing this. You should have all received a score sheet. That's accumulation of all of the scores, and we'll kind of talk about that as we go through the process. There was the page that I printed out and put in your book. It's entitled The 2023 Funds Available for Awards, and it goes through the restaurant tax, the Rapz tax, and it gives you totals for each of those, and then it gives the total amount that you have available to recommend to the county council. In reviewing the actual revenues and the accounts, I went through this with Cameron as well as the assistant. Cameron Jensen is the finance director, and then Phil Noble is the assistant finance director. And I went through these numbers, and they made a few adjustments. And so we have a little bit more allotted. You don't have to allot everything or recommend it to be awarded. Again, that goes to the county council. But there is a little bit more available. So I don't know, maybe I should make this a little bit bigger so that you can see it. So the total amount that we have available, according to the sheet that you were given, was $4,154,001. And with the adjustments, some adjustments and other things that were not awarded last year, that total number comes to $4,461,867. And I've got it on this spreadsheet, so as we go through the process and as you make the final recommendation, I will put it on this spreadsheet. And then down at the bottom, we will have a total number remaining. And I'll kind of keep you informed of that process as we go along. Your books are divided up into a Rapz section with each application being numbered, a restaurant section, each application being numbered, and then ones that are eligible for both. And we'll kind of work through that process, whether it goes into Rapz or restaurant. And then there's an ineligible section. As I receive the applications, I put them into an Access database, and the criteria is checked. At the beginning, we found that there were 6 that were not eligible, and so I put them in that section. And then as I was reviewing some of the applications a little more in depth and visiting with Cameron Jensen, the finance director, there was one, and I sent this email out, and you were all informed. Number 23 was deemed as not eligible, but after further review, it was decided that it would be eligible. And Council Chair Erickson wanted me to explain that process a little bit on why it moved from ineligible to eligible. That entity is a nonprofit. And so when I put it in the database, I put it in as a nonprofit and checked the criteria that they were going to be doing some work on public lands, and it made them ineligible. But after further review and talking with Cameron, it was decided that it would be eligible because the work that they would be doing is on public lands, and so we switched it from a nonprofit status to a public entity so that they could do that. And the work that they're going to do is in preparation for what's called NEPA, which is a national environmental study. They're going to do surveys to determine where it's possible to put a new trail. The actual work will be done by the Logan Ranger District, the U.S. Forest Service. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit on number 23 was as to why it changed from ineligible to eligible. Any other questions before we get started?
None? Too good.
We're done, okay.
With that in mind there, let's, like I say, we can attack this several different ways, but would you like to actually go according to the rankings that we have these in the order? And these rankings, you remember, as we placed them, as we went through them, we, from 1 to 5, 5 being of a higher rank, hopefully. There's one year it went the other way and we had to redo them. Someone thought that 1 was the highest. And I go, it wasn't, we're not playing golf. So anyway, we had to change it. But this year, the 5 being the highest, they collected, I guess, all the scores together. And so these different areas do have the higher, you know, we would go according to the higher rankings then. Anyone have a preference as far as which we can work through? The bulk, looks like the bulk of the dollars is mostly out of the Rapz tax itself. Go ahead.
Dave, would it be easier where you've got these already not alphabetized, but in the numbering system, to go ahead and follow that versus look on the score sheet and then go back and find it on the...
Rather than going back and forth, as long as we always look to the ranking, I think the ranking is pretty valuable as far as what we collectively have put together. What do you think? I really don't have a preference either.
By the number, and then obviously the ranking, like you said, is very important, but
Yeah,
still.
I think what Reed is saying is valuable, to be able to go in the order that we have been studying this, but review then back.
As we go through and write our notes, is it easier to go through here and find the number, or is it when we're going through here to go back and find the number through the pages? Which would be easier for us?
I think it'd be easier to look at the number system. I'm not sure what the rest of you think, though.
Okay.
I like your recommendation. I remember in past years jumping back and forth and being lost. It seemed inefficient, jumping around, so if we go through an order, I think it'll be faster for us.
We will need maybe a little input when we are up here and you see a number 2. Looks like we're following some of them, but then some of them will have to jump down and we can go back and forth to find them on those different pages. We might have to have a little communication and help there, but we can do it.
Sounds good.
Okay?
We want to make sure we're paying careful attention to the scores, like you said, as we're going through, and maybe come back at the end with the ability to change if we need. Do we have the ability to change at the end if we find we didn't fund something with a higher score but funded something with a lower score or something like that?
Right. And, when there's some of them, you put stars by them as we talk about them and stuff like that, make little comments, and as we go through it, yes, when we're done, say, hey, let's go back now and see where we're at, and we can adjust accordingly. We do our best. We do.
So you're saying you want to go through numerical or in the sections or the categories?
The book.
The book.
Let's go according to the book if we can.
That's super confusing. Like, I mean, you might not even get to half of them if you're just gonna run out of funds by the time you get your priorities done, but that's just me.
No, we'll get to all of them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm new, so.
So if you go, so you'll start with Rapz?
We have to get to all of them.
I know we have to get to all of them, but your funds may not. Your funds are the issue.
So you want to start with the Rapz section?
And if it was also asked, Cody, right?
Yeah.
Cody also asked earlier that sometimes we have had some that we have not allocated. And in all wisdom, that is wise, that we have some of that is not allocated, because then when it goes to the county council, and they also then have some public input from them, then instead of often taking from other entities, if you have a little bit here, but then we can add to, it's a lot easier rather than building some people's hopes up and then have them stripped later. It's almost better to have that buffer to be able to bring them in later. Does that make sense? It seems to work out a lot better. And sometimes we also have some that is even left over, and we have had some very, very valuable projects that have come up like during the year, which is a surprise grant that's come in, and it's allowed us to actually use from that buffer to have enough money to actually award that, to get to partnership with that grant. I know it's helped us on some really big themes in the past that came up during the year. So anyway, we try to be frugal, but we also try to be or with the money, because it is, again, all this is still taxpayer money. It'll be a lot, so. With that in mind, let's go here. Number 2. Now, the process of going through this, it varies. I hope all of you have looked through all the information. Now, some of this here, let's be a little bit sensitive because this is now in the public. I think that some of these numbers and that we share, I don't know how much some of these organizations really like to have their, their information splattered over the whole, it's being recorded and everything, so I guess let's be a little sensitive, but let's ask some good detailed questions to get to the reasoning why we do what we do. So with that, American Festival Chorus, number 2, it's actually, we'll open that up for discussion, go from there. How do you feel, and estimates, and go ahead.
I believe based on their history, which has always been 30,000 for quite a few years, they never asked for more than they need. So I would go in this case here for the 40,000. We ought to give them that amount this year.
Okay?
However, they did budget for a $30,000
They did.
Profit.
excess.
Yeah.
And so to start with, I was going to recommend that we just go with the 30,000 that they have done in the past.
I noticed that they budgeted exactly what you said, a little bit high for excess, and we don't, this money isn't
To be safe.
to create slush funds. So, and it does have a really high ranking
Where did you see that, Bruce?
at that, so.
They budgeted for 30,000. Let me see
I was
if I
looking
can
at the
tell you.
5,800.
Yeah, this was the highest ranking cultural project.
Yep. Should we put it at 30, and then if you want to put a star, we can come back?
Back.
Okay,
Yeah, I was looking at that 58 over there.
Yeah, 20.
I'm looking
They
at
budgeted 25,000 to go to an endowment fund and a $6,000 excess after that. And so those two added together come to the 30,000 that I was saying they were budgeted for.
and I don't think our money is actually meant to be for rainy day funds, so. But let's put a star by it, and we can come back to address it. Okay, number 3. American West Heritage Center, their operations one. This has a really high ranking too.
There again, they've had surpluses in 20 and 21, 200,000 and 248,000. But they're in a little different situation in that they have facilities that they have to maintain and keep. And so I actually, I was thinking of 90,000 of the 105.
I had them at 85, but yeah,
I had them at 95.
95, so
At 90.
90. Let's put them at 90. They are, I think that, I know looking through these, as I would look, the COVID years kind of skews everybody's a little bit during those couple of years. And so, should we put that at 90 then?
You know, it shows on their, on the 990 that they got 1.3 million. Excuse me, 132,000. That's on their 990.
I'm not sure where you're looking on that one, Reed.
What about? Is their excess is that much?
Yeah. Shows on this is cash and interest bearing 1.3 million. Income statement shows 200.
I thought they had a comment in there that a lot of that was actually that they have hoping to combine some of this for some projects.
They always have projects that they're after. But again, this is the operational.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds like between 85 and 90, everybody's in agreement on that.
let's put it 90. Okay, we go 90. Okay. 20, let's go with, here we are, number 4.
She's also American West, capital improvements. No, that was their capital maintenance request. I like what they had there, and I allocated 45,000.
I did too.
I did too.
I went back to request of 45,000.
Actually, I didn't quite go that, but the
I got
45, anyone else feel different?
I had 40 on it, so we're close.
I had 40 myself, but
That's fine.
40, 45 feelings,
Either one's fine with me.
you know, so you looked at it.
I had 45, but
I had
a
it
little
for the
bit up or down.
45, but
Okay, 45,
45, okay.
sounds good. Looking good. Number 6, we go in numerical, Cash Children's Choir.
It's on page 2 of the score sheet.
Thank you. There it is. Ranked at a 32.
I put them down for 9 for the Cash Children's Choir.
I put him down for 8 myself, so
I put them down for total. I think for that small amount for somebody that, I don't know, that's my high rank.
They were missing their prior year's accounting. I didn't see an accounting of their prior year in there. That bothered me a little bit.
they didn't.
were they under the threshold? I think if you're under a $25,000 request, then you don't end up having to, that's what the
You're
application.
saying that it wasn't on the historical?
Yeah.
Were they one that have not applied in the last few years?
No, they applied before, they got awarded 8,000 last year.
Yeah, they had 8,000 last year.
I had about 10,000 myself. And it's a small amount, high impact for the kids that are involved.
How much?
10?
I-
Cody had them for all
I
14.
looked at the number of children they were serving, and they only list 120.
Yeah. I thought they were a little higher than that myself, but that's what they listed, so.
They listed 120 children, and so I didn't give them that much. I put mine at $5,000. What have we historically given?
Last year we put them at 8, and I had it down for 8 again, but, myself, but. We got everybody from 5 to 16. What do you feel?
I feel that this is a course for children that is really aiming to teach them well. I mean, it's high quality course, and so I gave them 10.
Yeah, I say 8 or 10 is a good range.
10?
10?
Let's go 10. Good. Yep, 10. Okay, number 7. That's also on the same page, it looks like. Cache Valley Civic Ballet. This application, did I miss some information on previous years?
No, I don't think there was anything on previous years.
Right, number 13, the application has some reports on, under number 5 on previous restaurant and Rapz tax funding, has a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, we've given them,
We've supported them in the past.
yeah, we gave them 10 last year, 20 the year before, 10, 13, 10.
I am having a hard time finding them on the,
I think they might have been listed different or something.
Cache Valley, Civic Ballet.
Yeah, they were under a different name.
Yes, they were.
They were really annoying. They changed their name in the middle, and I'm like.
They're here,
Page
under
9.
Cache Valley Civic Ballet.
Cache Valley Civic.
Looks like, yeah, they've had funding every year since 2018. So it looks like it's usually been, what, about 10, 20,000?
They're showing that they've got 285,000 in the cash and bond interest bearing notes.
And last year, they had $121,000 surplus.
Yeah. So I only gave them a 10 based on that.
That's what I was thinking.
Dan? Anyone else feel different?
I'm easy.
I had a little bit more, but 10's fine.
We can always come back and
Yeah.
add.
Okay, here we are, let's go 8.
Number 8 is the cash allocation as well.
Oh, same one?
That has to do
That's
with
where I,
replacing the
That's
floor
what, yeah, they're
replacement.
replacing the floor in the Whittier.
The thing I like about this, you know, the performance is obviously a really important, but floor has the potential to be capacity building for the Whittier Center. I presume that there are other organizations that would use this space as well. And where we build capacity, it's not just for this organization, but it serves the broader community. So that, for me, has some value. This one may not have scored as well though, and we need to keep that in mind.
It didn't score as well.
Yeah, it's down
For the
at a
group. It
24.
scored better for me. I liked this one more than I did the other. Like, they're ranked number 1. I was like, whatever, but this one I like a little bit more because I'm the same way. It's not just them, it's bigger picture and long term.
Yeah, I would agree. If we were looking at between their two projects, which we would prioritize, I would prioritize this higher. Because you're right, Damon, I've been to multiple events at that building. There weren't ballet.
There's
So I know they use
karate
it.
classes and all kinds of different
Yeah.
stuff going on in there.
They want us to fund 100% of that project. That's what ranked it down for me.
that's it, that's what exactly,
And then the other part,
but they're worried, especially if you're
So-
carrying a little bit of a reserve. And if it's that important, then I would have thought they would have participated a little bit with that, you know?
We'll match or we'll do
Yeah.
10% or whatever the county puts in or something. They want you
What I'm
to.
trying to learn is where you guys are I enjoy the process a little bit of sometimes when they ask for a certain amount, what makes that less approachable, but whether it's surplus or whether it's past, but
The number of people you're serving, how, to
That one's
what
easy to
extent they're
rank.
participating.
You know, it's interesting when people come to, you know, when they come for an application, you'd think that if it's really extremely important to them, which it feels like it, that they would also have some other skin in the game. You know, they would, what are they also providing to
it's a percentage
add
of
to
budget.
it, you know, so where they can actually compound the dollars a little bit more to get something done.
Or in some cases, is the community donating labor?
Yeah.
They donate
Right,
their
I did
time.
notice some that was actually pretty
Right,
common.
that's critical,
And
that
I
shows that it's important.
Yes.
Yeah, I personally took a lot of weight into that. I appreciate that quite a bit, so.
If,
This one.
sorry,
good, go.
if they had came and asked for 50% support, would we have funded it? And if so,
Probably
Oh,
would.
yeah.
I probably
what would happen if we said, we'll give you 50% of it, assuming that you can cover the rest of the costs?
based
I would
on,
have ranked it higher.
based on their surplus and that,
Should be able
like
to.
I
I
say,
think that they would probably be able to do so, and if not, then they can come back next year and make plans to come and with a request.
Yeah, I had 8,000 on it, hoping,
Yeah,
so
the other-
about half, yeah.
So that sends a message to them.
the other thing, and I'm not sure if we need to look at this here, but it shows on their application, there's 300 kids, and I said, you know, if you raise each one of those kids just $4 a month for 8 months out of the year, not 12, but 8 months, so it's being conservative.
Right.
You'd pick up $10,000 right there, so I only, based on that, I gave them $4,000, thinking that they could actually get it by raising it by $4 a month, which I don't think is going to be much of an impact to them from a financial standpoint, but just another way to look at it.
Interesting thought. Hadn't considered it that way.
Yeah, no, that's,
So, okay, what do we
Would you have a proposal?
I'd propose 7,000.
Yeah, I agree with that, David.
7? Anyone different? That's good. Okay, 7. Okay, let's go to 9. Cash Community Connections.
We gave them 5850 last year, and that's what they're asking for this year.
What page is it on? Am I looking at this?
It's on page 7.
Thank you.
7 for the score sheet.
Historically, I think we've given them whatever they requested because they do such a good job with it and there's never any surplus and they know where they're gonna put it.
And they put a lot of money in it.
Yeah, they do.
And to me, I don't think they're, for what, everything that they're putting into, I don't think they're putting,
Yeah, I
asking.
recommend full amount.
okay, that's what I had to, 5850.
I'm agreeable to that.
I am too.
Good. Excellent. 13. Fairgrounds Event Center. Let's see,
On page 4 of the score sheet.
4.
Quick question on this one. If I remember right, we funded bleachers a couple of years ago. Is this additional?
Yes.
These are additional bleachers, not to
The
replace
ones we funded a couple of years ago were basically they're ones on wheels that are also shared throughout the community. And these are more stationary ones. They're not the ones that can actually be picked up, put on hooked up to the back of the truck and then taken to other communities. It's easy. They stay there. And they're moved around from tent to tent kind of deal and at the concerts.
I just wondered if we were wearing them out that fast.
No, the others, they've had a bunch of those, I know, down there, and they've been well used. And they've even loaded those up and taken them to other events also, and in that process, they've been pretty well beat up. So, but the ones that, I know the ones on wheels they're used in a lot of celebrations through the county, so. I'm glad we got those when we did too, because the price of those has just gone out of this
Okay.
world.
Dave,
Yes,
last year, I believe pretty sure we did it this way. We took all of the different requests that they had for the different projects.
like for Cache County.
Last year, they requested 599,770, basically 600,000. We allotted them, there was 6 different projects that we awarded them 400,000. So what we did last year, we took every one of the projects, and whatever they requested, we gave to them, with the exception of one. And then we just went ahead and says, okay, if we're gonna give them 400,000, we'll go ahead and give them 1 for 1 up until you get to that last number. And they requested 340,000. We gave them 149 on that project, but all the other projects were funded. We decided that they knew what they better could use those funds for than us trying to allocate here and here and here and here. So even though they're ranked this year, there's starting in the number 11. The number 11 application, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, all will go to the Cache County Fairgrounds, and their request this year is 553,000. And so are we gonna give them 400,000 like we did last year, or some number that we come up with? But then, are we gonna use the same format that we used last year, which is much easier than trying to?
It is.
Give them a lot and say, have at it.
And what they've done is they've gone through and they've also prioritized them themselves
Yeah, but they have them
Two.
separated,
And-
right? They have one through, like,
And-
they're separate, because the fairgrounds are separate than the
Every
other.
one of them separate.
Yeah.
And then we need to decide what we're going to give them in total. And I still think it's a good way to do it like we did
Okay.
last year. Give
And then
100% on
they
every
can,
one
with
except
their
for-
priority, then they can just
Yeah,
fund
they
it
can
down
make-
and then find their own matching dollars to, if they wanna,
Even though they put their priority on the application, they may want to revisit that based on what we give them.
Do we feel like any of those are unproportional, like you would rank them differently, like this is way more important? Did you guys see any of that discrepancy?
Like I say, last year we gave them 400,000.
I mean, for my own part, some of those projects looked better to me than others.
Yes.
And that's where that,
Like specifically 13 looked better to me than some of these others.
I ranked them in the exact same order that the fairgrounds ranked them. I thought the bleachers one, it's not terribly expensive. I've sat on those bleachers watching my kids show sheep, and with lots of other people, it would be bad if those collapsed. And then the next two I ranked at 4s, and the last two I ranked at 3s. And so I would fully fund the first 3, but if they wanted to move, for sure, myself, and then if they wanted to move some money around because they had otherwise to handle stuff, I don't have an issue with that. And I would maybe partially fund the other 2, but I like the idea of saying, look, here's an amount of money to support across these goals. Please make sure you get 1, 2, and 3 done. And if the group felt like they had that kind of direction, and then see what you can do on the others at your discretion.
last year.
No, this year, how much were you thinking of giving total?
we're 500 and what thousand?
Last year, it was
538.
597. This year, they've requested 553,000.
553.
Yeah.
At 535,
So, based on the 600 down to the
You know,
400.
right in there.
That facility has been an amazing thing. As we've done the event center and that's kind of one of those things, if you build it, they will come. And that place is just packed year round. I'm shocked at the volume of people that are using that facility.
It's another capacity building thing.
It is.
That gets
It is.
used by lots of groups all over the valley, from events with vendors.
It makes it affordable to them too, to
Yeah.
use it.
And great economic impact for the valley on a broader spectrum because of these groups that are coming in, drawing in tourists as well as providing interesting
So
events for
out of the 553,000, did you say?
Yeah, that's a request.
How much would you, you're looking at those and what they're willing to put
Compared
in?
to 600 to 400 last year, I'd say 550 and take it down to 375. But I would still go ahead and let them, because I definitely believe that in my own situation, I trust the Cache County Committee and those that are dealing with it, for them to decide what they want to put as 1, 2, 3, and 4. And even though
Similar
they're
to Logan City. I think Logan City kind of has the same
Logan
situation.
City's the same way.
They prioritized and have a big chunk.
So, but again, like I say, this year, there's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 all relate to
How much? 375, did you say that?
375 is what I would
Do
give
you
them.
want to start there, Dave, or do you have a?
Sorry, I was gonna at least maintain the 400,000 myself.
And I have no
I don't have a
problem.
problem with that.
400 also.
You feel good?
I feel good with 400.
Fine for me.
Okay,
Let's stick with the 400 now. Alma, could you?
Okay,
Do a star on that one and come back if there's.
so let me make sure I understand this correctly. So,
All of the Cache County Fairgrounds ones, right?
so 400,000 to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
correct.
400,000, starting with their ranking of 1 and going down until the 400,000 is gone. Is that correct?
You could probably just eyeballing this here, you could probably give every one of them 100% with the exception of number 14, and make number 14 the plug number. Because
Okay.
that happens to be the biggest one there.
Okay.
And
But if their priority is not do
Which is
17.
14, is that the,
That's the one that's 151,000 that they're requesting, but
Yeah,
they might fill that
Western
and not fill their fifth option is number 17. They might,
they need
Yeah.
to do two of them.
yeah, they may, I leave it up to their discretion.
I think that's good wisdom, so.
We have to recommend it to the council, and so I have to put numbers in each individual. So,
Start
That's
at
what we
number
did last
13 and give it 100%.
okay,
That's what I would.
And the
Everything-
remaining- The remaining would be on their last project.
okay.
Can I just clarify something? It sounds like we've been talking about just the fairgrounds ones,
And not the Cass County.
not the event center ones, but Alma just added in numbers 11 and 12 in what he was saying. Just want to make sure we're both talking about the same thing.
Good point.
That's helpful clarification, because there's only like 425,000 in requests for the fairgrounds/event center here on 13 to 17.
Right, but then you need to go back in and look.
11
at
and
the
12
11
is
and
somewhere else.
12.
So are you thinking 11 and 12 are included?
Yes, I'm including them.
that
to be
400,000
included in-
request?
Yes,
Okay.
we need to start at 11,
Because
They're
go 11
prioritized
and 12.
differently. The event center ones are not prioritized with the fairgrounds ones.
Fairgrounds.
Fairgrounds ones are prioritized, and those event center ones are differently. They're actually submitted by different people. They're kind of submitted as if they're different departments, and they're going after different funding.
they're different funding, they're different categories.
Yeah, different funding categories. My preference would be to handle them separately because of the different funding categories.
Maybe do like 13 through 17 together, and then 11 and 12 together.
Yeah, that would be my preference.
Because I saw the same thing. They're obviously different people, and we did 400 to just the event before, and that didn't take into account what would be equivalent of 11 and 12.
But I think each one of them, from 13 down to 17, also have different people that are putting them in. They're not all put in by the same person.
Yeah, but I think they were from the same department. It looks like this way they're all listed, but
I think, what if we did something like 325 to 13 through 17? And 75,000 to the other two?
11 and 12.
To 11 and 12, so that those can be handled separately, but the overall amount still sums to the 400,000 that we've been talking about.
That's fine.
I'm okay with that.
Give your numbers again.
325, and I'm fungible on that, but you know, somewhere in the neighborhood of 325 to 13 through 17 for the fairgrounds and events center. But the other ones that fall under tourism promotion and were submitted by someone else do 75,000 for Fair and Rodeo enhancement and the Cheese and Dairy Festival. Am I looking at the right?
Yeah, you're
Let's go.
425 for the first
So
four.
325, 13 through 17. And that will, what do they add?
It's 425,000 requested for total for those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So 100,000 between 11 and 12, is that what you're saying?
I'd have them at 75 for both 11 and 12. Well, I'm keeping, that Cheese and Dairy Festival scored really well, if I remember looking at the score sheet. So, and if we want to bump that up to, say, 85 and 315 or something like that, you know, that just keeps that split at about 400,000. I'm good with that.
See, last year we categorized the Cache Valley Cheese and that into the county fairground one. That's how we did it last year.
I thought they were combined.
Anyway, let's give them the 400,000,
Split.
and then I'd go with what you said originally.
Do the 325 and 75 split?
So what you do, Alma, is you start with number 13,
Okay,
give them their 16,430.
okay,
Number 14, give them the 151,9.
Down to 17, but same way.
15, the 99,514. And what is that total right now? 250. That leaves you a little bit to put to number 16 to finish out the 325.
The lighting.
How much would be left over for 16?
About half. I don't have a calculator. That's what Alma's here for.
And then that means
They're all in
on
different
17
places.
doesn't get any
And
allocation.
17 wouldn't get any.
Yeah, so if there's less than, if all that's left on 16 is enough to do less than half of that project, maybe we should just take that money and put it on the event center side.
That's not a bad idea. Just so it's an even break.
Yeah, because we were, that basically makes it, well, around 100,000 instead of 75, is that right?
The
I
event
total
center was
those,
85, yeah.
those first three sum to 267,494 by my math. And so that would, if we were targeting about 400,000 for those facilities, we could easily do 100,000 on those other two, on the cheese and dairy, plus the,
11 and 12.
yeah, 11 and 12, plus the fair and rodeo enhancement.
Maybe
That
the
that
way,
means that we're,
maybe the approach ought to be is to allocate 100% to 11 and 12.
Yeah,
And then give everything else to the
There you go.
yeah, I like that.
you know what, but if they're different people, like you said, David, that are putting these in, that means that we give 100% to the top two, and then we're gonna go ahead and shortchange everybody else that put in, because you said they're the same, different people.
It's the same department, but it's,
Okay, so it's,
one is, the Rapz ones are more facilities, and the restaurant tax ones are for events. So they're different people who are over those, that's why they're different people who submitted, but it's the same department still. And I guess you could even throw the rodeo in with that too, if we.
because that's what that first one is, number 11 is the fair and rodeo enhancements. But what,
11, did you say?
yeah,
That's funded in both.
Project,
And that'll get you halfway through
fair and
16.
rodeo enhancement.
Ron is the one that submitted 11 and
Yeah.
12. Ron Blood, yours,
Because I'm thinking maybe the portable bleachers, the replacement of the light fixtures, and that may get shortchanged much more than obviously the 11 and 12.
I think that's what we're here for, is to make that decision.
Yeah, yeah, so I like your proposal to fully fund 11 and 12, and then,
The difference.
and then what's left over, give it
Yeah, halfway through
incrementally
16 that way.
to the construction projects.
By my count, that puts 289 on the construction projects and 111 on the
Yeah, 100.
On numbers 11 and 12?
So 11 and 12 would fully fund it, those, and that's about just under 111.
That's
And then it would leave you
kind of
289.
critical with
Yeah.
what's happening as they're growing.
Yeah,
I think it's critical for those two to be funded, 11 and 12.
yeah, I agree.
They
Yeah.
are,
I think so.
So then
it's
you would
it's crazy,
fully
the
fund-
national recognition that's
11
been
and
brought for that
12,
rodeo
how
is
much
just
for 11 and
exploding.
12 then?
11 is 85.6, and 12 is 25.4. And then whatever's left over will fund fully 13, 14, and 15, with a little bit going to 16.
Yeah, or half, about 20 grand.
And nothing to 17.
Nothing.
I think 17 is a project that could wait a year
Yeah,
quite easily,
yeah, I agree.
knowing what,
that one. I
knowing what
wondered,
happens down there, so.
You know, if it's mostly used in the summertime, who's out there roping at 10:30 at night?
You'd be surprised.
Okay. I'm
Don't
hoping to
know.
be persuaded.
Everyone has their passion, I guess, so, but yeah, I think that's something that we can look at a second time, you know, if they put it back in for another year. So
Okay, Alma.
Okay, so let me see if I can summarize correctly. 11 and 12 is fully funded, each of those. Then 13, 14, 15 is fully funded, each of those. And then 16 would take the remaining amount, and then 17 would not receive any funding.
Unless they wanted to move money around across projects, and then I think there was openness to doing so, but if we have to make number recommendations that match.
I think that's fair to say. Like, if they found some funds somewhere else that they could shuffle things down, that's
Okay.
cool, do it.
I'm curious, how much money does that end up be for number 15?
15 funds.
15's fully funded.
16, you get halfway through 16.
16, yeah.
Well, that's what I
Third of
meant.
the way through.
Yeah, that's what I meant, number 16. How much does that end up?
My fast math is about 21.7. Is that right?
I'm just checking that right now.
I'm gonna check it. It'll give me a few minutes, but
I'm just curious how close it is to 0, or,
Oh, like if it's $5,000, it's not even
yeah,
hardly
that's
worth
what
it.
I'm wondering. if-
You're about $20,000.
21. And maybe they can do some, maybe they can do half the lights, or,
That's what I was wondering, if we could maybe half fund it,
yeah.
take it to that point, at least to half fund those.
Yeah, that's probably one where you could do a partial funding, because,
Right. And they could even come in next year for the second partial funding and still get the project done.
yeah.
It's, it's a 2-year process that these funds have to be spent. So,
Yeah, that'd be good.
No, you're good about that.
I didn't get the exact number, but it's
yeah.
within spitting distance of
These,
20,000.
so funding fully 13, 14, and 15 would be 267,844.
Say that one more time?
267,844 to fully fund 13, 14, and 15. And then we were allotting,
44.
was it 325 on that? On 13, 14, 15,
Well,
16, and
We're gonna go
17?
for
400
400.
With our,
with the other two.
400 total? For all,
400
Well-
total for all of them.
See where we're at, and see if we are able to.
Let's see, 11 and 12. So 11 was at full percentage, 8.5.
5.6, and 12 was 25.4.
And 12.
Okay,
111,000.
yeah.
let's see.
388, so there's about 12 grand.
What was that?
About 12 grand.
12 grand, okay. And I'll double check these numbers. That was 12 to 16.
15, correct.
Okay, and then let's leave and then put that remaining portion for now on number 16. Let's go with that, and then we'll work through it. That may be a place that we come back and take from,
I'm gonna highlight that.
or add to it later.
Okay.
Okay?
Was
Number 16.
like 21,156, or are we rounding anything up?
That's what I have, 21,156.
21,156.
Okay, good. Well, that takes care of clear through 17, right? We're at 18. What page is that one on, you see?
This is another one I think that we need to combine everything together.
There's
All
4
of it.
projects.
All the trails,
Yeah,
You have a total of
all the ones that are
about 200,000.
that Cache County Development Services has control over. That's
Correct.
probably is that we can combine and go from there.
I do have one,
19, 20, and 21 then.
Yeah.
So.
I do have just one clarifying question on this. The 18 is focused on, basically providing funding for a couple employees as well as some consultant stuff. I'm trying to think of elsewhere where we're funding, are there rules or guidelines or norms on funding employees?
so this is interesting because 4 or 5 years ago when this started, Reed and I were both here, we said, wait, they're asking us to fund an employee. This is just gonna grow and expand.
Well, it has.
Sure enough, it has.
Well, to be fair though, this is the type of one you want to grow. Like, to have this Cache County Trails growing,
That's true.
it's interesting that they have grown because that's kind of what you're encouraging, is that to grow.
I love trail, the demand for use of these things is explosive. I'm a mountain biker, I make use of trails. I think that the staff, when I was an elected official, the things this group was doing were very helpful. It just sticks out to me as a little atypical relative to what we're doing with the other funds. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a question of at what point, and whether, whether we're intentional about supporting that, and that's the direction we want to go. I'm not trying to say no.
No,
Trying to understand if that really is.
I know, I remember the process very well. You guys remember it very well.
And if so, and there might be I generally like the idea of saying, okay, look, here's some funds, please go build some things, or achieve these goals. If we do have, or more importantly, ultimately, the county council has opinions on this,
Barbara?
it might make it worth.
David knows I'm a proponent of trails.
Very much so.
I think it's a good thing for the county. I think it's a good thing for tourism. I use the trails a lot myself.
Did they have a second planner last year?
Excuse me?
Did they have a second planner last year?
There's only been 2 employees. Thanks. There's been the full-time trails manager, and the other one was a part-time that we actually pushed it into full-time.
Mm-hmm.
But now,
That being said, and what I have said in the past, that being said, I put down to fund the whole request this year.
Micah, could you shut those doors for us, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah,
You put in.
let's shut those doors. They're kind of a,
Regardless of what I've said in the past, and regardless of what I just said, I put down to fund the whole thing. And I think I did because of the increase that we've had in available funds this year.
the only thing is sometimes I have a heartburn in funding certain things that, are too specific. Certain trails are too specific and not general, and really help one area, one specific area greatly, and take up a lot of money. The Deep Canyon thing has been.
Are they always in
something.
the same area? Is that why?
Well,
Or is it
the
more
Deep
because
Canyon project has sunk a lot of money.
Yeah, they have.
That must be like, that better be lined with gold. You know?
Well, that one was never developed before, was it? That's pretty new to
But
be
there was
developed.
some, you had such a huge influx of a lot of people going there, and it caused a lot of parking issues and problems. And to mitigate all that stuff, the only way to mitigate it was to dump a lot of money. And so a lot of money kept, and it just seems like it's never ending until we get all the gold laid, And so I'd like to, I'm one that I love to see the money make sure that there's something for everybody and we don't hog it all in one area, that you gradually build up in areas rather than sink it all
Do you
too
feel
much.
like that's gonna go away or is that just gonna be perpetual? Like, I mean, are they gonna get to the spot where that parking lot's done and then all
I
of a
hope.
sudden it's like next,
Yeah,
or?
we hope.
On the,
But see, then the road to get there.
Then it's the next thing, right?
is
Then there's
that,
bathrooms.
Oh, now we've got to do, improvements with all, and then as soon as you do improvements, then the next thing, planning and zoning, all the development that wants to go on that nice new road that we just created for recreation. Now we gotta have all these homes that now are gonna be on it because has a certain standard of,
It is nice. It's nice to have a trail close.
I know,
I'd
I
like
know.
to see the city come to the table on Deep Canyon a little bit, because it was some of their concerns, I think, that brought it to this group in the first
Yeah.
place. But we haven't seen a lot of matching funds or support from
But it's not a city,
From Mendon.
they would,
Had a-
they would love it, but it's not within the city limits at all.
Were there concerns mostly about controlling the traffic, controlling the parking, or was it more like,
Oh, there-
hey, this is popular, you guys should do
Parking,
something?
was, I think, a big concern.
There were some farmers that were going,
I was gonna say, it's
going up
public,
that road,
public,
and they couldn't
but-
even get into their, you know, it's real popular on some days, and they couldn't even get into their
That makes sense.
place because there were so many people.
People up there.
And, you know, and I understand all that, and I'm not being negative, you know, being real negative, because I like to see that the money perpetuates and helps a lot of people.
I agree with you, David. I think that, things should be spread out evenly because there's a lot of, different trails out there that people like to use, and to dump it all into one project, I think is kind of detrimental to, you know, everything. And it's something that we see this every year. We see it every year on the Rapz, so, you know, maybe we do need to spread this out more evenly.
Because last year we gave Deep Canyon 100,000.
And what is their total ask? Did you add up all their total ask on all the development?
199.5.
Excuse me?
It's barely under 2.
For all of the, even the
Yeah, all four.
employees?
18, 19, 20, and 21.
It doesn't bother me to fund that fully.
I think of all the things you're gonna fund, this is one that's gonna get legitimate use long-term for, I mean, my kids will enjoy those
So
trails.
give him, let's see, all those numbers.
Maybe to respect your thoughts and opinion, you don't fund the 14.5 that goes to the impact study.
Is that gonna slow other things down? Let's see.
Because you
You
got,
know, in government projects, you know who the richest people are? The engineers. Everything's got to have a study in the engineers. You know, and common sense can kind of go up there and say, hey, do it this way for $5 and you got a good project. But engineers, and that's, everything has a study, but welcome to government. So, no, I don't know, it doesn't bother me to fund everything. I just want to make sure that when we're looking at,
But maybe that sends a message that this is one that's gonna have to wait for a while. We don't do the impact study, and so.
let's, if you wouldn't mind, I say let's fund all of it. And then I think this conversation ought to be brought up with the council too.
Yeah.
That represents all corners of the county.
Well,
Barbara,
and you're
do you
so
think we
close
have a
to-
good conversation there?
You're so close to 200,000, you're $500 off of that,
Oh,
I'd
yeah.
be just tempted just to say 200,000 and then let them allocate and play with that a little bit if they need to massage it. Because, I mean, you're right there.
Let's just give them the ask and then that's where we'll be. Personally. Anyone else? Okay.
So 18, 19, 20, and 21, 100% to each of those?
Correct.
Okay.
18, I want to circle these one. Is that, I know that discussion that we'll have, 14,500, that
Yep.
study,
I'm gonna highlight that.
that'll be several $100,000 ask later, so. I don't know, do engineers always engineer something so that you'll always go back to them and engineer it again? Is that how they do that?
This is the preliminary study. I think that's the term.
Trying to find that other one real quick.
Which one? The, oh,
Got-
on this page?
Yeah. We'll find that later, so. Okay, that takes us, some of those others, how about 22?
Yep. Daughters of the Utah Pioneer.
Pioneer.
Score is on page 2.
Thank you. It's always helpful.
Did that one.
Scored 30.
7,500 last year. It looks like. Yeah, it looks like 7,500 last year.
Any input there?
This is a tiny percentage of their budget. It's super reasonable. It's a low amount. It's got a lot of history. I mean, you're going from 75 to 8. I would just fund it.
That's That's what I did. I said give them 8.
That's what I have.
That's what I have also.
Oh, good. I didn't want to yell it out very
Yeah,
much.
yeah, that's what I've got too.
I wish they were more visible. I really do. I wish they were more visible.
That would take a
I
cultural
would-
change, I think.
This is a personal preference, and I'm gonna just throw it out there. I would love to see them get in connection with the American West Heritage Center. And we expand the facility, we put them together. I tell you, the visitors out there and put them together, I think a lot of that would just fit so good, and parking and availability and getting in there, I think that would just be a great fit for them.
Good suggestion.
Good idea.
And I would love to see American West and them partner up somehow and
They need to grow
then
somehow.
come to us for some help on some things. I just think it would just be a win-win-win for everybody. But that's just me.
Well, I'm only thinking,
I'll let you guys make the suggestion to them though, so,
I like it.
yeah.
I think it's a great idea.
They're one of the few places that have no salaries in their, budget.
Oh,
Yeah,
good point.
yeah.
It would be too. Makes sense.
I think it would just get a lot more exposure for them, so. Okay, number 24, sorry for the commentary. Here we are, Logan City, right?
This is Cache Valley Center for the Arts, although Logan City
One.
owns the facility for the first of their proposals.
The score's on page 1.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I just looked Logan City. Got that one, 24, what, page 1?
That scored really well.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did. A Logan City-owned cultural arts facility.
I have a question, what is being done with the Thatcher Young Mansion? I haven't, has anybody seen any work being done on that?
What?
On
The Thatcher Young Mansion over here?
Oh,
Improving the facility, I mean.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I haven't seen anything being done on that.
I believe it's on the historic register,
Yeah,
and they use it in conjunction with the opera, and there are groups that meet in there. They have meetings in that facility.
And there were lessons given there as well.
Pardon?
There were music lessons given there.
okay, I must be thinking of someplace different. Thatcher Young Mansion this way, what's that place over by Donsante? What mansion is that?
On First East?
Yeah.
Maybe it's yours.
Thatcher Mine is
I'm
right
thinking
next
of the
door to
wrong
these.
thing, yeah,
You deserve a mansion.
yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about now, that's, as soon as you said music lessons, I knew
Yes.
what you were saying, okay.
I
Okay.
agreed with their prioritization on these next 3.
How about 24 then?
We gave them 90.
I have 90 on my
I
sheet up
figured
here.
90 this year.
I had them at 100, but
About 110.
110. Barbara?
They really tally, they really roll whatever they get.
Oh, yeah.
They match and
They
pull
do.
things together.
Shall we go with 100 and call it good?
100?
100?
Let's go 100 then? Okay, 100,000 on that one. Good. And other ones. Number 25,
25 is on page 2 of the score sheet.
thank you.
On 24 is, they've got about 1.3 million in cash or receivable. That's showing on the 990. It showed income of 1,193,000. they show in their personal input in their application that they basically break even, but again, at 990 shows 1.193. I'm not sure what to do with their money.
It's a pretty big operation.
It,
It is a pretty big operation. And
it gets spread out a lot,
they
I
have
know.
they have a list of all of the improvements that they need to make to their building, just to maintain it. And so when you say, what do they do with their money? They work down that list. And they replace seats. They went in and they had to repaint the thing here a couple of years ago. They had to replace the carpet down the entranceway. There's just the roof, that building is over 100 years old.
Yeah.
And they just celebrated their 100th
Yep, 100th anniversary.
anniversary.
Yeah.
Good history.
And it's a gorgeous building, a centerpiece for the arts here in Cache Valley. It's,
Okay.
And there's a lot to maintain it. They have a payroll, but they're very wise with what they do, and they don't overpay anybody. Wendy Hassan could go anyplace else and make twice as much as what she's making.
Oh, yeah,
And she is a real centerpiece to pulling that together.
They have a lot of volunteer work there too, like with the, so, yeah.
Okay.
So this is 25.
20,
24 is still, are we solid on 24 then?
yep, 100.
Okay, and
100% on
25?
that?
100, yeah.
100 is even?
100,000.
Got it.
100,000 to 24.
25, I had that one at 30, but I, personally,
I put them at 40.
And I put
I
them
had
at 50.
40.
40?
I have 40 as well.
Okay,
Going once, going twice.
okay, so 25, we'll go 40, good job. And then 26, I believe this is their last one.
Correct.
I had it at 10, but,
That's what I put.
What did you put?
10.
10 to,
What page is that on? I'm sorry.
Score sheet, it's on page 3.
Okay. We're number 26, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
any other input on there? You know, basically, they're all, a lot of them, they're all pretty well the same application.
Right.
It's just a matter of how they're allocating it. I don't see this one falling too far in our priorities either, but
Is this something where we should encourage them to file one application for a broader range of projects? Or is it better for us to have three so that we can say, yeah, this one works really well, this one maybe not so much?
Hard, because then if you don't allocate any of, like, enough, they would maybe want
Well-
that $10,000 to the one above it or something.
the different applications, even though it says this, how they're using it specifically, this is like marketing. I think that maybe.
Keeps it separate.
It lets us, it tells us, you know, that it's, this one is different, and that everything, where they're actually kind of using their money, so that we're, you know, that we keep it straight.
Right.
Okay,
And when they put in, they send in the bills, and for the reimbursements and everything, this is what it is specifically for, so that we can reimburse it according to the actual allocation that's, it helps in the accounting.
gotcha.
And then it also fulfills some statute.
And we
issues
want
that
to,
we
yeah,
have.
we want to send messages sometimes that
This is
Yeah.
less important than this, and
This is not the right way for us.
And,
Luck high.
and the other thing is, once they got these, I have seen some of them that weren't funded as hard, then they were able to actually use that application or use parts of it, and then go to other organizations to make it some difference. Still get what they, possibly what they
encourage
feel
them
like.
to
they-
match.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Sounds good.
we've had some of them where we didn't fund, and then all of a sudden, then they were able to actually have a donor that came in and funded the rest of it, and they were still got the project done, and it helped them on both ways there, so. 27 What, 26, what do you
26.
feel?
26, right.
Asking for 20. It's only 4% of a $500,000 budget.
I had them at 10 myself, but
I had them at 15.
Which one are we looking at, 27?
26.
26.
We're still on 26.
I thought we agreed on 10.
10?
Yeah, we, 10.
Okay, I think they all said 10.
Okay. Okay, 27. Cowboy Rendezvous.
Ordered well.
Yes, it
That's
is.
First front page, number 1.
Number one, did you say page one?
Yeah, page 1.
Thank you.
Minimal ask, but they're,
I recommended the full ask.
I did too.
It's,
And I'm not being impartial, it's just something for everybody.
right.
I think
It's
that
only
just-
500 off of what they did last year. It's only 18% of their budget. That's an easy 14,000.
Thank you. We'll go 14 then, is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's great.
good for me.
Good job. You know, they're pretty frugal. And volunteer, down there, everything's volunteered. And I don't think they pay a soul except for some performance things.
They don't even pay some of them.
Yeah. You're right, they don't, so.
There's some of them asking, like, wait a minute.
Well, they do,
That
they
check
have,
didn't go through.
the
That was a
concert is
positive.
self-sustaining, you know, the concert's self-sustaining. And, you know, when they'll have like a bigger name come in,
Yep.
and, so, and even that, their tickets prices aren't very high.
No, they're not.
I think they're not in it to push a bank account somewhere, so. 30. What page are we on there?
Page 3 on that one,
Thank
the
you.
next two.
Cache Valley Men's Chorus.
This one did not score as well. They're down.
I had them,
Yeah, they're
28.
Yeah, 28.
I had them at 1,000.
That's what I did. I put 1,000.
How much?
1,000.
Yeah, that's what I had.
I'd put 2, but I have no heartburn about 1.
What did you put, Eric?
I put 2.
2,000.
I was thinking 1,500, but I'm okay with what,
I would probably lean towards 15 before 1,000.
I don't know how widely they are heard, and I don't know enough about them to be able to make a good assessment, I think.
Hard.
That's why I ranked them down.
Yeah.
That's what I
Yeah.
did too.
Sounds good.
Final,
Where we at?
1,000 or 1,500?
either one works for me.
I'd say just go 1,000 to keep numbers round. No, it doesn't make any difference.
There you go. Let's go 1,000. Go from there.
Okay?
21.
Right below it, ranked really about 26.
Cash Youth Orchestra.
This is the one,
This one actually,
they have 2 requests. They have this one and they have number 51. It's a similar request, same person making the request.
I didn't catch that.
51. Are you sure it's 51?
Or 61.
51.
Spring Academy?
Mountain West String Academy and the Cash Youth Orchestras, 31 and 51.
Didn't pick that up, but that's the same.
They scored about the same, asking about the same amount of money. I didn't catch that either.
No. They're both asking the same amount.
I actually put 0 for 51, just for the simple reason, and again, the money is insignificant, I'm gonna say.
I can't hear
Not
you.
that much. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that, it's talking about, the String Academy. Down here in their information, it talks about the Logan City School District has 2 classes, a first and second year orchestra. So I'm thinking, if they've got Logan City that's already providing this, and they're doing it for a first year group and a second year group, by the time they get through that second year group, they'll know if they want to go on and do it.
That's the thought.
I had 0.
It's subsidizing a school district.
I
I
thought
had
about
0.
that, but I think what they're doing, at least, okay, could be totally off here because first of all, it's my memory, not a better memory. And my kids are largely out of elementary, but I think that they were doing it as either a before school or after school program. So Mountain West Strings is an outside group, comes in, uses the schools as a place, and the kids come before or after. But it's not, I would draw the analogy closer to, you know, a basketball program that happens to hold their practices in a school gym, but it's not a program of the school.
See, this one here actually states that it is a Logan City School District.
It says it is a Logan City School District program?
First and second year, and then it says,
So-
which allows instruction to be personal and meaningful. I took that as that's something the school district was offering. Now, maybe if they're not offering that, that's a different story, but that says they're offering it here.
I don't know. I see some of the discussion around this only being like 1% of a $318,000 budget on 51, and on 31, it's not far off. It's 6% of it. But part of that to me is like, that's the nails that we just spent on the Heritage Center or the fairgrounds. Like, that's a small amount, but maybe it's a principle.
I won't approach it that way.
You approach it as principle. I don't know enough about either of these two to say
I'm
if they
wondering,
hold principle or not. I don't know.
I'm wondering if we'll start to get a request from an elite basketball.
Well, that's not for what this is, right?
Excuse me, but it seems to me that a lot of money goes into sports.
Right.
And not much money goes into music in the school system. And I think that maybe they are in need of a little bit of an extra.
I think this is a lot like asking money for a basketball program, but it's for strings or for.
That's what I'm saying, are we opening the door? Is this a personal enterprise where a music teacher as their,
You might easily be opening a door, but is it for what we want it to be for? Like I'm indifferent, it's not my
if we
world.
had an elite basketball group come and try to request funds, I would be absolutely against that. And is this opening the door?
We have a lot of that, and but we already have a lot of
No,
that.
we don't have an elite basketball, we don't have a private.
Not here, not
No,
on this. I mean,
asking requests for monies? No.
I'm not asking for requests for
No.
money, I'm saying that it's available, they're solving their own problems. There's a lot of that, and they're solving their own problems. And I'm not, again, on these, I'm still pretty mutual, I'm just trying to learn the process. But we don't have a lot of those other opportunities out there for music. Like, in the elite basketball court, there's 30 places doing that commercially, and they're making do. In this court, maybe there's stuff out there, but I don't know about it. But I'm not in the music world either, so I don't know. I'm just curious, because for that amount, if you could make some difference, maybe.
Can I make an observation? You're saying 31 and 51 appear to, the same person did submit them, but they have two separate EIN numbers. Their addresses are separate. So I don't know,
Maybe they know each other, or.
I don't know what the connection would be there.
Well, okay, as I looked at them separate, I put a 0 on the Mountain West String Academy.
That's what I did.
I did.
I think I would,
For that reason.
And then I did,
Because
but
they
I
were
did
the same?
fund the Cash Youth Orchestras.
What was your reason
little
for
bit.
0 again?
The fact that it says Logan City School District
Because the school
is
district,
already providing that for not just the 1 year, but first and second year. And then it talks about that they, which allows instruction to be personal and meaningful. So if you're getting that in the school district, it's personal and meaningful. What else do we need to provide them?
I don't know, but Cache County School District didn't apply, right?
This just talks about Logan City School District.
Or Logan City School District, yeah. Did they make the application, or did it individual?
Mountain West String Academy
is
did.
the applicant. I had down concern
I'm not
about
sure who's
funding a
on.
school program as well.
Pardon?
I
had
have the same concern that you guys are voicing here. As I read the application, I think the fact that there are enough concerns about this expressed by members of the committee, that what we may have is an application that wasn't as well developed as it could have been, and at that rate, it scored fairly low at that rate. I'm okay with with not funding Mountain West String Academy. I probably would fund the Cache Youth Orchestra, at least partially.
I had 1,000 for them.
Because, and the only difference is, you know, if there were a community orchestra that were staffed by adults and they applied, we probably would have given them something, I would think. And the only difference is that this one happens to be young people, so there's not the school potential conflict there. I'd move 1,000 for Cache Youth Orchestra, and if we want to handle these simultaneously, then I would move 0 for the Mountain West Strings.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
How much was it, 1,000?
1,000 for
31.
1,000 for
31 and 0
Is that
for.
okay? Okay, let's go 1,000 for number 31. While we're right there, which is right next to it, we can do 51. And we'll put a 0 for that one, if that's okay, while we're right there. We'll pass it when we get down to it. Okay, number 30, what did I just tell you? 32?
It's on the same page at the very
Same page, the
top.
very top, thank you. And it scored a 29, and it is, I had them at 50% funding on this one.
I did too.
That's what I did.
It seems to me it's a small percentage of people
Yeah.
who are,
3,000.
benefit from this.
Okay. So we're going with 3, is that correct?
3,000, okay on that one? Okay, good,
So it's
okay.
been done in the past.
33,
32?
Where's the?
We just, that was 32, so 32, we funded at 3.
3,000,
into the cities.
and we got the ton of,
No, 32.
depends
You're
where
on
you're at,
page 5.
it's Cornish or Carnish.
It depends on who, if you came from there or
Depends on
not.
who you, if
Are
you're
we
there.
just hopping over because,
1,000.
1,000, that's right.
Oh,
are we
just flipping
doing just
through
the
the book?
Rapz tax? We're
Yeah,
hopping
We're
all
just
over the
going through the
place.
book, we're just going through the big book
The
first.
book, we're going through the book here,
Oh, the book here.
just one at a time like we decided at the beginning.
You said that's page 5?
That's page 5, half, most of the way down.
There you go.
Number 30,
Go to 31.
3?
Okay, and they are requesting 80.
Of a 203,000 budget, about 39% of their budget.
I have some, a lot of these smaller towns, I will say that they're kind of hurting. Everything they do, every dollar you give to them is so preciously looked at, because they just don't have the volume of people. But their facilities that they usually put it into are actually used a lot throughout like the summer months, you know, on different things, town parks, things like that. And they do pretty well all of the labor is like the whole town gets together, and it builds a lot of you know, volunteerism, community, and everything as they do it. I feel that way with a lot of these small towns and their projects. And, you know, they don't have nearly the numbers in them, but I think that in spreading things out, I feel like it's still good. If you can at least touch something for all of them, so.
I agree with you, David, and I've ridden in the Little Red and gone through there, and so, and the people there are awesome. So I think some of these smaller towns deserve a pretty good chunk of what they're doing.
Barbara, did you have them funding at full, or where'd you have them funding?
Say that again.
Where did you have them funding? They're asking for 80.
Yeah, I don't know, I would probably go 45, 50,
Somewhere in that
I don't
range.
know.
I scored this one a 5, but I may be an outlier on that, and I had them at 65. Just the fact that UDOT is kind of telling them that they got to get people off the road parking has a lot of weight with me, in addition to the, and it is serving You know, a lot, not just Cornish, but that park is a hub for the bike races, a lot of those kinds of things. So good point.
Okay, I like that point.
I agree.
How do you feel? You
What was the final number you came out?
No, they haven't. They're
haven't
asking you
come
what.
up
have
they're
everything
asking you
from
what you scored.
40, 45, 50 to 65.
I scored them a number 3.
What amount would you give them?
I'd give them 35.
I had them at 50,000 myself.
That's fine.
What's that?
You're like, I'm gonna bow out of that one.
No,
You're all higher than I am.
oh, you had them at 80? Golf
All
scores?
right, what's your final?
50, 45, 50,
Anywhere in there is fine.
50,000?
I think 50 is good.
Let's
I
go
like
50, and then if you want to circle that one, let's go from there, but let's go with 50.
60?
50.
50, yeah. Okay, 34, Four Seasons. And what page to find that one?
On page 2, score sheet.
Now, was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, where we actually changed, there were like 3 or 4 that had the same,
There were several theater groups that we looked at together. And tried to be comparable based upon the number of shows that, this one,
Four Seasons was one of them.
in Four Seasons was one of them, and in prior years, they've always had 4 shows.
Yeah.
And this year, they're only doing 3. And so I actually took the amount, I think the amounts in the past that we've given them have been in the range of $25,000, $30,000,
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah.
25. Gave them 25 last year.
And so I
For the
reduced
3
mine.
shows?
They're down to 3 shows
Yeah.
instead of 4, and so I reduced mine down to 19,000. My recommendation for that.
For all 3,
For the 3 shows.
3 shows. So on,
Oh, not for the.
no, on application 34.
The applicant, yeah.
Yeah, for this theater, my recommendation, this theater group, my recommendation is 19,000.
I feel good about that one. I
What
had
do you
it.
think, Reed?
I actually had them down at 23.
Down to 23, so similar.
I had them at 25.
I had it 20, so.
We're all in
I
the
was
same
around
neighborhood.
20.
We're even. I put about 20.
20,000, okay,
Yeah.
go 20,
Four Seasons, 20,000.
on number 34. Okay, go to 39, the next one in here. Does anyone need a chocolate break?
I'm halfway through mine. I've been eating all along the way. I'm gonna start eating David Zook's here soon if he doesn't get back.
If you need more, I know where we can get a bunch more, so.
I almost forgot they were there.
I'm not invested in the company. One of my best friends owns it, so he seems to drop things off to me all the time.
No, it's good chocolate. My compliments to the chef.
I'll tell him that,
So
so.
wait, which one are we on?
Fernwood Chocolates.
Oh, sorry.
You found it?
I'm trying to multitask here.
Yeah, 39.
39, Hiram City. Where to
And
32?
that was down there, where was it on the?
It's on page 5.
Okay, this is the West Park, they wanted $250,000.
I know last year we gave them,
You only give
I think, 100,000.
That's what I have it this time, is 100,000,
I said,
Yeah.
I put 125.
125. I think it,
100?
should we go about 50% of that project, which would be 125?
Sounds good.
125. Hiram. Number 40, Jump the Moon. I always like that name. I think it has kind of a,
Just the name is worth something.
yes, something, it makes you want to figure something out, right?
125.
Still going.
I'm impressed with this organization.
I am.
And
I've
Yeah.
got a whole pile of them here. Those ones are yours.
did I,
Yeah. It's an organization that struggled
But working hard.
forward.
They do.
God. Goodness, they are serving a wonderful section of the community.
Their application is much stronger for me this year than the one that I reviewed last year.
Which one we're at?
Isn't five, is
We're
it?
on Jump the Moon, number 40.
What page are we on?
What page you find it on your?
Two.
Two.
Good. There we go. Okay. No, it has been interesting to see them evolve from their first
I
applications.
was gonna say, you guys have probably seen a few applications go through
It
for
is.
them over the years. That's probably a really interesting evolution.
I only put $5,000 on there. And,
Well, I put 20.
15.
I was 15 also.
5 to 15 to 20.
I gave them 10. I have no trouble giving them 5. Barbara?
So
I think that would
I'm
be every bit of
thinking,
it.
15?
I'm okay with
Should
15.
go 15 then? Is that, you feel okay with 15?
I'm okay with that.
I was just gonna say, I like 15, but if that was kind of problematic for anybody, I'd go as low as maybe 13.5 or something like that.
I'd go to 15.
Okay, I'm
And
good
then,
with 15.
again, county council, as you know more, we go through those, any
Yeah.
changes and
Right,
stuff like that, we can share those if we need to.
okay.
15 okay?
15 is fine with me.
I went up 5, but
10.
it could be my lack of some understanding on some things there, so.
I like that.
Okay, we'll go 15. 43. Cash Theater.
It's on page 3.
Page 3. Thank you.
They have two
They
applications,
have 2 requests.
Two
Yeah, this
requests.
is is it 3?
43.
2 requests.
And this is for the productions, isn't it? Yeah,
Yes.
this is for those productions.
They
This is
have
the-
4 shows plus a camp.
I was gonna rank them higher until I saw Footloose.
Until you saw what?
Footloose. And that's during in the 80s, I guess that was 80s, I think, when that,
Yeah, that's
I-
when the movie came out.
I remember taking a girl to that movie. I would never date that girl again. She was a sweet gal, but that movie just made me, I don't know, something about it just weird. And that music doesn't, it's just my,
43 and 44.
but it will not influence how I do this, okay?
Their second one ranked higher than this one for me.
I had them at 25 on this one, but,
That on 43?
yes,
I got 25.
you had 25,
I had them at 15 on that one,
15.
10 on the second,
I put 25 on the first one and nothing on the second one.
I like their second one.
What application is the second one?
44.
44, okay.
Right on.
and I did put
Yep.
25 on this one here.
That's what I.
but I'm okay with 25. That,
What do you feel?
I'm fine.
I'm good with 25.
Let's go 25 here, and we may just come back to it, but I think, and then the other one is number 44,
Very next one.
I put 0 on.
and I put them at 5. I didn't think this was the strongest application, so,
It's on page 2 on the score sheet.
Thank you.
yeah.
Why'd you have a 0?
I just got the feeling that we've got a group that is trying to, same group, but just trying to get more of the pie by submitting 2
Separate
applications.
applications.
I felt the same way. I always thought that this is like one organization, one thing. I was kind of shocked that they didn't.
Are they for 2 separate things, or, I mean, because we just had a discussion on
I
the
gave
value of that,
I
or no?
gave them 5.
So everybody was pretty low on that.
I gave them 5,000 myself, but
I'm okay with 5.
it's a small investment to see how the school year program goes. And they are potentially competing against schools that are running their own theater programs and those kinds of things, if they end up drawing from the youth audience for their,
Four Seasons, that's how they came about. They're affiliate basically with Skyview High School.
Okay.
And so, a lot of them have done that, and but a lot of that is done throughout the year. And I know they utilize and promote a lot of, high school students that participate and help out and perpetuate, and so there is growth from it. But 5,000 okay on that one for now?
Yes,
Yes,
Okay,
for
let's
me.
go 5. What I'm hearing, I hate to be too parliamentary procedure formal with everything. If we can get a nod in the head, we're doing okay. Then Mendon is, passed down by Newton, isn't it? If I saw them.
Page 6 on the score sheet.
Oh, down by Amalda.
We are on, what's the number, folks?
47.
47?
40, nope, that's
No, that's-
48. That, they have 2 applications.
Yeah.
Where's 47's at the top of page 6,
Correct.
okay?
Doing 47 first?
47 Mendon, yeah.
47 scored reasonably well at a 31. 48 did not score very well at a 24.
No, it's,
I would say 47, you've got an importance in that filter station. Why don't we leave Legacy Park for another year?
You're saying do one, but they're number 1, but not their number 2?
Yeah.
I have 0 on the 48.
Yeah, I do too.
Felt
That's
Yeah.
what she's saying.
the same way. I wanted to, basically, we were funding it'd be funding the entire park.
Yeah.
And I would, the town needs to have something that they're putting into it.
I do love, it's their youth council.
That's what got me
That,
too.
that got me interested in that. But I almost feel like the city,
Leverage that.
yeah, it was like, all right, we'll let the kids go out for this one. And it's clever, I just, and would love to see, something happen, but Mendon really needs to come to the table on that. So I would, I like the 47 and 48, I just struggled with, even though I love the idea of that youth council having some ownership. I'm almost inclined on that basis to say, to allocate $20,000 or $25,000 and say, all right, youth council, show us what you can start to put together with even just a small amount of money.
It's a big project.
It is a big
I think
project.
there's
That
some
wouldn't
more.
go very far.
I think it might be.
But it would something. I don't know.
There needs to be some more. I think that, I'd like to see again, what is more of their participation in the details of the project. But I had 50, I put 50,000 plus there on the 47 though.
You can almost fund that.
I wouldn't
Or
mind
did
fully
you,
funding that
did you
one.
full fund that one, you
Yeah.
think?
Full fund.
Last year, we gave them 40,000.
Yeah.
That's for phase 1 of the sprinkling system. For 2023, I gave them the same thing, but it doesn't show anything from phase 1 to phase 2. So it's like we did phase 1, and now we're getting off on another tangent
Right.
to try to do something else.
And I don't know and I don't know whether that project that we funded, where that is, what's ever happened to that.
That
That would be
40,000.
something to,
Yeah.
When I looked at their
see if it was been
Last
done,
year.
they've totally completed.
their bid, where they have the Circle B irrigation bid,
Yeah.
phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, there's a 17,500 installation on each one of those identical amounts. And I thought that that was something that they could work at from the city's point of view, and so I took the 56,000 that they're asking for and subtracted the 17,500 from it.
Well, I think they actually.
So that
mentioned-
you buy them the materials, and then they worry about the installation.
I forgot what I was going to say when you said that.
I'm sorry.
Something in
And
here.
I know, go ahead.
I was gonna say, is there something in here about, they apparently are waiting to see if they get any money because they're, waiting for some trenching or something. Said there would be a need to rent some equipment for this project. The city backhoe would be available for the project as well, but they are using volunteers to make the improvements, yeah.
My point is that, but they've included that in the 56,000, but they request the full 56,000 in dollars from us, but they say they're gonna install, so I took the 56, subtracted the 17.5 for installation to get to the, we'll buy the materials for you, you install it, and that's why I would give them 38,000.
Right,
When you pick that up.
yeah, good catch.
So, what was your
Yeah, what did that come to?
request on 47, then minus this, you say the
The
17.5?
17.5 to make 38,966.
I put them down for 40.
Yes.
40? Let's just go 40.
Let's just go 40, okay,
40K on that one.
yeah.
One of the things that it did mention in there was that it says we can't ask for any more contributions from the city though, from the town, which I
They
thought,
may mention that they can't go back to the town again.
they can't go back to the citizens of Mendon and say, we're trying to raise money for this project.
They can't, do they?
They said they were not in a position to do that.
I thought we were always in a position to do that. I think they call that raising taxes.
That's where, you know,
I think
volunteer
too.
labor or things
Yeah.
like that can come in and help with the installation.
So
Okay.
47 was 40 is what we started.
40, and then 48, any more feeling I was not gonna fund them at all?
I'm scared to give that kind of money to kids.
Put that one at a 0
I-
for now.
From the county, mention to the county, I would make mention to them. I really like the idea of them getting behind this, and I really like the idea of their kids spearheading projects like this. It is a bit ambitious, it's a big project, but I'm okay with ambition as long as it's backed with a little bit more, this is step one, step two. I think there's a lot of future possibility there.
Yeah, if they break it into smaller pieces and get the city council to support them in what they're trying to do, I could envision this being a project that I would like to be able to support.
And even that larger project for that town really ought to be segmented.
Anyway.
Yeah, anyway, no matter what, it's just, you know, because that's a big project for
Yeah.
a smaller town, so. Okay, 49,
And 50.
and both Millville.
Score sheets for 49 is page 4, and 50 is on page 6.
Okay,
49, scored a 34.
I said let's fund all of 49, but none of 50.
I have
I have
29.8 on 49 too.
Yep.
Okay,
I had that definitely.
Millville,
Anyone feel different on 49?
that's for 30, right?
40,
So
29.
49 will be 29,800, right?
Why don't we just round it to an even 30?
It's hard not to.
It's easier to
You know,
keep
you need
track of.
$200, somebody takes a long break, it's gone.
You know, I'd be happy if they'd asked for it.
We'll use it.
He's like, for the record.
So, and then the other one's found on page 7, did you say?
Page 6.
Page 6. Pop over there real quick, and that's number 50. And what's your feelings?
0.
0.
I had them for a small something, but it's not clear how they'd close the gap, and my experience with concepts of lighting in public projects is that
It's
I'd like to see some thought given to how neighbors would react. I don't know if this is
it's
close to
enemy driven.
anything.
That's how I call it.
That's, but if it, you know, if it's in the middle of a park, a quarter mile from anybody's house, then it's much less of an issue, but
Well, they're asking for 80% of the project.
yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm okay with not funding that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
50.
Okay,
Anything that they were asking for.
and so
We've done 51.
Yep, we have.
we'll
So
go
49 was that
49's fully funded?
29.8?
Yes.
And 50 was zero.
Zero right now, so. 51 we've done, 52, Music Theater West.
Page 2 on the score sheet.
This is the other theater company.
Music Theater West does an incredible job. Puts lots of the same show on several times.
Okay.
52.
At the Eccles Theater. And
I have,
they're marvelous shows.
they
really do
impact a lot of
superb job.
people, they seem to have a lot of people as far as involved in this. Seems like a lot.
What I like about this is that they're musicians, everybody's local people.
Yeah,
Right.
that's huge.
Yeah, it's huge to me that
I had them at 38, or 30,000 myself, but
That's what I have.
30.
okay, I'm good with
Any
that.
more than that though, Bill?
I had it closer to 40 because I think you funded 30 last, but I mean, I could go either way, I'm just.
Yeah, no, that's,
Is that higher than where we'd been funding, or are we being equitable across the
Two other
theater
theater
companies?
companies were at 20 and 25.
I put these guys down at 30.
They're doing a show more than the others, I guess.
No, the other one is doing, the one is only doing 3, but the second one we talked about was doing 4.
Doing 4.
Plus the class.
Yeah, the classroom time.
Classroom,
training.
yeah.
So you had these guys about 30.
is that okay, 30?
Yeah.
On number 52? Okay, let's go 30 on that one. 53. Newton Town, and that's on
Page
page
5.
6?
Yeah,
5?
last year, 1250.
Number 7, there we go, page 5, sorry.
Page 5.
Yeah. And they have a couple, didn't
They had two. They had-
Yeah, 53 and 54.
Both scored a 31.
Yeah.
Square foot. Thank you.
Same kind of that pickleball craze is quite a craze, I tell you. Glorified ping pong.
But it
A
is
lot of people are,
They're
they're loving it, and it must be a good thing, I guess.
I
Done it, but
put.
I was a
on
tennis
50
man in high school, believe it or not. But don't, dang it, this is recorded, isn't it?
On 54, I allocated 15,000, which was the cost of the equipment. And on the pickleball courts, which is number 53, I didn't allocate anything.
I allocated quite a bit more for the pickleball area.
For 54 or 53?
For 53.
53.
I had 40 on the pickleball and was pretty lukewarm on it. In some ways, I like the idea of the playground equipment, but the city ranked it as a lower priority for them, and if it's gotta be one or the other, I'd kick into the pickleball.
I think the playground equipment's actually come before us. And
It's come before.
And it was a lower priority then, but I think the playground equipment, if they kind of put it in themselves and get the things, I'd like that. But personally, I had 53, I had them funded at 45,000, but figured about half the cost of their project, but I thought that was you see these pop up everywhere, no matter, and it's weird as it's, paradise. I mean, all these places, it must be quite a hot thing to do, because even in such rural towns, it's still a vibrant thing, so.
Part of the reason I like this
It was it was the water parks.
It was
Yeah,
something-
water parks, I remember that.
There is something to be said, though, that these guys can't just go to the nearest town as easy.
No.
Like somebody in Millville is just gonna go to Providence and play if their courts are full. But when you're in Newton, you can make a half-a-day trip to do it, but.
Which I think is a good thing, that we aren't driving everywhere to go do something.
Right, like I say keep it closer to home and give them similar amenities.
You convinced me. I would change my money on, take my money off the playground equipment, and I'm willing to do half the project on pickleball court.
Yeah. How
I
much
hear
a
you,
week?
but I'm still kind of sympathetic to those kids.
I want some money for the kids too.
Well, that's not a very big one. Technically, you could probably put money at both and not
It's,
totally bake the break.
it kind of sounds like, it kind of feels like I'm in church, figuring out the budget for the primary kids.
Give it to the kids.
Yeah, don't take money from the kids. Don't take money.
Want to go half
that's
and
good.
half?
I would be willing to at least go at least 25 for 53 and 5 for 54.
I even
Go
had,
along with that.
45 for the Newton or for the first one on 53, and I had 10 for the other one, but
I like,
I was nicer to the kids.
yes, you
That's
were.
good, and I agree with
So
you
what are we
about
looking
that,
at
too.
now?
So part of me wonders though, like if five's not gonna get them what they need and they're not gonna get there, is it worth just putting it all towards the one and say, wrap that up, bring this one back next year as your number one,
And
instead
I,
of putting it your number two every time.
and I sometimes sit in their seats and you get in this, like a city council and you go, hey, oh, that's terrific, we're half funded. Now let's see if we can find some other monies, they've already found some.
Yeah.
And let's put in another application the next year, maybe we can have.
Combined 2 years.
Pull them together with the money and they can, and then get it done within the 2-year limit that we have and still get what they need. It just may take 1 more year for them to do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I go back to the comment that you made right at the beginning. This year, we've got quite a bit more than we've had in the past. And we can help some of these little communities based on population. I don't want to use the term deserve. And I don't want to use the term merit, but you know what I'm getting at. Based on their population, we shouldn't allocate that much to them. But going back to what you said at the beginning, I understand where you're going. Small community, good people, go ahead and help them out. I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, I agree, because you know what? Those citizens contribute just as much. They're the ones that drive into town. They're the ones that, go to eat here in town, and I think they deserve a little bit. They're not just sticking around home completely, so I think they deserve a little bit. And I don't know, I'm gonna propose 35 for the pickleball courts and 8 for the children's equipment.
I don't have a problem with that.
I'd even kick up the children's equipment to 10 if that makes a difference in being able to make the project, make something happen with the project. Maybe they scale it back, maybe they phase it and ask for one portion of the playground this year and one portion next, but.
It's pretty close to half their budget though, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's our history? How much have they received in past years?
Have not.
They
Last year
they did their ice thing, didn't they?
Let's see.
Filter and valves on the
Ice
town
rink.
sprinkling system to use irrigation on the park. And that's the only funding Newton has requested since 2019, or in the 2019 to 2022 time period. So that helps me a little bit as well, because if they're coming to the Rapz well once every 4 or 5 years and asking for once or twice every 4 or 5 years, then that suggests that, yeah, we may fund a more substantial project than you would think for a small community in this year. If they come back and ask for 40,000 every year, it's probably not gonna happen, but.
And I remember them asking, they were doing, remember they were having a little ice rink, pad, that they were putting out for an ice skating little rink that they had next to their park, and then they were gonna use it for other things during the summer, but they actually went ahead and did that. And that was finished. I think it was turned down, but they still went ahead. It was a strong priority, and I go, now that's community right there. I think it meant that much to them still, and by the way, I think they might still be using it right now, the way the weather's going, So We're talking,
35 and 10 was your.
Is that
or
okay?
35 and 8, what?
you
No,
want,
35 and 10 is good for me.
okay? Okay, 35 and 10.
Tell me those numbers again.
53 is 35,
Okay,
and 54 will be 10.
okay. I just have the numbers and the name. I don't have.
Is there a mistake on this?
Okay. Nibley Children's Theater.
I am a big fan of this one.
Oh, everybody is.
See where you live?
It has a little to
Okay.
do with that. I have seen these guys go through the bruises.
Were they on page 12?
Where are they?
Page 2. Page 2 of the score sheet.
It's a tiny ask with huge benefits. It might not be an enormous group of kids, but it's a decent group. I scored them a 5, and I put 1,000, but I'm fine with fully funding. It's trivial.
I think we funded the whole thing in the past.
Yeah.
We've always been happy with that.
Yeah,
We always fund it.
1250 then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever they ask.
Generally, these little things like this, is this held also, is this kind of done in connection with another celebration?
Yeah,
That's
it's at the wrap up of their Heritage Day.
See, and that's what, usually with something like this, it involves a lot of people,
Oh, yeah.
you know, to put something like this on. Smithfield, I think they've got the same kind of a little, they do a big production.
Honestly, I wish they could
Kids.
grow it because there's so much momentum behind it. And I think they're just so used to making do, and they don't realize how many people are trying to come. And they have a little auditorium there, but they have way outgrown that. I mean, way outgrown it.
Sell some of those fireworks.
Right, like I need to build some bleachers.
There you go. So you got that one, 1250 on
1250
55.
on 55.
Okay, 58 is where we're to. Paradise. That's-
It's on page 5.
Yep, 59. Similar, similar kind of a situation. And here they're, that town there is putting, the whole project's 175,000.
Asking them for 34% of it at
Yeah.
59. Gave them 30,000 last
It's
year.
really 2 projects. And you fund the 39,000, you'll fund the park improvements completely, but it leaves the equestrian open.
Say that again.
If they're asking for 59, it's really 2 projects.
Right.
One is park and one is equestrian. And 39,000
Is the-
funds the park completely and leaves the equestrian open.
So go like 40 and, or 39.
I had them at 50,000 myself.
You had a 50.
I had them at 40.
On the equestrian side, there's only very few places in the valley, especially in the south end, where they have an equestrian situation. They got one in Wellsville that people can use, but the one in Paradise is used all the time
They're pretty far out.
by mainly people outside of the city.
Oh, really?
And it ties really strong with their celebration.
right.
Ties really strong with your celebration that you have. And,
I'm good with 50.
where'd you?
Must be getting later in the day.
Maybe we're getting hungry.
Who's the food show?
Eat another chocolate over there.
We're so close as we go down, you and I are, and I trust your judgment on this, and going back to your comment at the first, we have a lot of extra money this year that we haven't had. If you feel good about that, I'm okay with that.
I just know that I go to their trout and berry days every year, and it's awesome out there. The guys are great, the people are awesome. They have lines and lines and lines, and they do such an awesome job. I think they
And I know,
could use an improvement.
I've seen that facility used several times for, well, they have a lot of 4-H events and stuff there too, that brings in, they've had a lot of kids, and and Brenner Connect still has this little competition, like week before the fair too, and that is like I dare you to park a trailer out there. Not gonna happen. So,
So where do we end up on that one?
Did you say 50 days?
I said 50
No,
myself.
I'm going with that.
Okay.
I'll go with
So
it.
number 58 then was 50.
What page is that on again?
That was on
It was on page 5.
page
Page
five,
five, thank you.
about down,
Okay, 59 Providence. That's on, I got that on page 6 of your
Correct.
paper. That's a skate park. Some people never learn.
A decent score. I didn't score this one quite as high, but it sounds like they'll scale the park to whatever the facility to whatever we offer. I had it at 150, which is half of what they asked for.
This is their only request, right?
Yes.
I had it at 150 as well.
I had a 152.
okay,
Ladies, same?
I'm fine.
I'm willing to go that way, but
150 also.
there's always regrets. With, I know Smithfield has one, and
Byram City has one.
and I know Smithfield's, they've just had an increase in problems.
In crime and
Yeah,
stuff.
well, just other things, and then it's also tied very close with other things where families can enter, and kids have been hit with skateboards and, out of control, a few things like that. But there again, there needs to be something for everyone. And that's where and if a city elects to do that, at the scale that they're doing it, that's fine. That make sense?
Yeah.
I hope that
Yeah.
is a good judgment. So, I don't think they get as used as heavily by a lot of people what they think. I think it's a small group of people that use those, so.
But I think it does free up other things too,
Exactly.
like it keeps it contained.
And if that's their only request,
That
To be
is
fair.
150 then?
Okay,
Okay.
I'm good with 150.
That's okay.
Okay, then let's go to 61, Richmond City saw that on what page is that one at?
We gave them 50 in
So like
2022.
we're on page 5, 60.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, 61.
We gave them 50 in 2022. You're talking about Richmond, right?
Yes.
Richmond.
This one scored pretty high.
Yeah, they're at a 32.
I know they've been, their expansions that they have been doing, it's kind of tied up with a lot of the trails and car park, and they've kind of placed them in several parts within the city.
On their past projects or on this one?
On a lot of these,
Past.
the expansions,
Oh.
the city park, all that stuff, everything kind of seems to be tied, and I thought that was kind of a unique thing rather than all in one area. You'll have like a small little park area back up here, and then there'll be like a
trail or something
trail
to it.
system or something that ties to another park that, in different parts of the city, which I thought that was kind of that's a neat, I don't want to say concept, but
But I think the good thing about Richmond is that when they do phase 1, when they tell you they're going to do phase 2 or phase 3, they go ahead and do it. So it looks like, from my perspective, they're actually completing the project before moving on to something else.
Through the phases, they go through each phase. Is that what you're saying? I see.
And showing this one here is phase 2.
I put down what they asked for. I gave them their ask, 59.
yeah, I had them at 50, but 59, that'll be
I had
about, almost a little,
I had
pretty close to
50, but I gave
50%.
them 59.
59, okay,
I'm good with 59.
okay.
I
Everyone over
had them a little lower, 45, but I'm okay with
Okay,
anything in that range. Assuming assuming we're gonna come out okay, you guys have a better gauge on that, but that's
We'll be
what we
finding out.
might come back to if we're running.
you know
a little
when the lunch was coming?
About 15 minutes.
Okay, 12:30 then.
So 61 was 59,000.
Yeah, that's fun.
Okay, 63, River Heights. Down at the bottom of page 5, it looks like, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right there.
Is this their only application?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's $1 million project, that must be all phases.
Phase
How
two
I
is
understand it.
678, yeah.
So-
670. And I think that this 150 actually represents 22.1% rather than the 14.5.
And only question I had, and maybe I didn't see it, but I was wondering what that 150 of this phase two, what percentage is that of just phase two? Or is that all of phase two? Did anyone else catch that in
I
there?
think that's what I computed, the 22.1%.
For the whole project or for?
Of the whole project. I think
That's
678,
for the whole $1 million project.
678 is the cost of the project, I think.
Oh, so you took, instead of taking that million, you went to that phase, and they're asking about 22% of.
Of that
Okay, so
phase.
they're wanting, the 150 is the 22% of just phase two of that. That's, okay, that's what I didn't quite, I was digging in, I couldn't quite understand that part of it in their application, but, well, I would feel good about that myself.
Yeah.
How much?
Good.
But I think you could, if, you're talking 22% of the whole project, and they're putting in the rest of it, I think that's a pretty good project.
You're saying you think you'd fund that?
I'd almost fund it myself.
I've got it at 100. On point 5 under the budget and time frame, they say River Heights has 200,000 in ready cash in a capital improvement plus the 150 from Rapz. And I had the same, I'm trying to sort out what the match really is out of the overall project. And so, let's see, what's the cost estimate for completing phase two is 377, but is that counting previous money that went into something else on phase two, or that's what I'm trying to get my head wrapped around, but I'm,
It's by the addition of a sprinkler system,
Yeah.
okay.
that's what it says.
Phase two, because of the addition of the sprinkler system as well.
So we've got 100,000 to go to this. Any other additions, deletions? What do you feel?
What do you guys think?
I put down 100, but if you want to fund the whole thing, like I say, I think we've got money this
I
year.
think we're okay so far.
Yeah.
He's not sweating yet
We
over
can
there.
always come back.
Put it at 125 and come back?
Put a star
I'd
by
put it
it.
at 150 and come back.
It's in a location where there really is a lot of building
Yeah,
going
okay,
on.
yeah,
So
125 it is.
Okay, let's go 125 and then we'll put a star by it.
Yep.
And I think,
It's always easy to get more, but it's hard to take it back.
yeah.
That's
yeah.
what he was just saying. He's like,
Okay, 64, Smithfield, and they have
3 it looks like.
3.
And
So the balance, you're sitting at 2.7 million
Yeah.
Remaining or spent?
remaining.
Okay.
Well,
But we still have some big asks.
Some of the larger items.
Yeah, some big asks.
There's a thing they call the Festival of the Opera.
I saw that on the list.
That one,
Must be some history there. So we got 3 here in Smithfield, looks like.
The relationship, and I think we're really getting some cool things from the Festival of the Opera. I think.
Don't jump
I think
ahead.
it's-
I can only do one thing
No,
at
but
a
it's
time.
been positive. So Smithfield Parks.
Which
Like
one?
64 jumps to page 6.
Yeah, they're on
31.
6, and then the other 2 are on page 1.
So was this the one that's on page 6?
Yes, the first one's on page 6. And then 65 and 66 would be
Page 1.
page 1.
And they're very different.
Smithville City's
They are.
Children's Theater on the first page is $37.50.
I
We
funded that
just
one.
did the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
This one, I had it funded at 100,000.
The pavilion?
64?
64, that's where I started. I just had some, going through some things.
okay with that.
I had it a little higher, but I'm okay.
You know, there's,
Where's
Would you have this one out?
the third one?
66 is on page 1 of the score sheet.
I was a little higher. I may have added 200, but I'm okay with.
Closer to 2.
100 with a star on the pavilion might be one we could come back and look at.
See, how much
On
is it?
66, are we,
We're on,
okay, we're
oh, it's 66.
before I go to 65, I'd like to know what you're doing on 66.
on 66?
Or
Yeah,
65.
that's on- No, on 65, we gave 100.
We're 100% on that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
66, I'd like to know what you did on that one before we go to 65.
Let's address that first then. So we didn't score that very high.
And that's
We scored
over-
that about 27.
And
Is
that
that
one's,
in the other book?
that's in a, that's a both,
6 is
That's
in
the other
the
book.
both.
for both, I believe. Yeah.
That's the History Museum.
Right.
That,
Ah, yes.
That's why I want to go there first.
Gotcha. They did rank this third in the city's prioritization. And where did that fall?
It's the lowest ranked one we've had so far is 27. No, we've had a 20.
It's on, page 66 is on page 1.
yeah, I can't remember what I wrote a bunch of notes on this. I just
Third,
gotta
which
find
one?
it.
6 is on page 1 of the score sheet.
The top.
Oh, I'm trying to find it in my book, it's under the both,
Yeah, it's under the both
We're
tab.
working
Yeah.
with now. It's-
but I'm trying to,
Oh, yours is on. Oh, okay, got it. I'm sorry, I was looking under organization.
Yeah,
not
that's right.
facility. Okay, I got it. From a,
there it is, hiding back behind that one, so, okay.
so where did that end up on?
I put that one at 50,000. I was gonna half fund that one,
On the museum,
yeah.
well, then that'll change what I fund on the other one.
Well, that's what I
I've
put.
got that one as low as 20,
I-
but I'm not.
I didn't allocate anything to it.
It's a, I've just heard a lot of the discussion in the town. And,
Is this another one that you would move from out there out to the,
not necessarily, not with it, because it
It's
is,
different
it is,
than
it
the
is
DEP.
specifically pretty well history of Smithfield.
ah,
It's very central to Smithfield's history. That's how they're wanting to push this, and there's, you know, and I will say that city-wise, they haven't come together. You've got different areas of the city that are saying, we want this real bad, and others, you know, it's just, but your elected officials, which raise these, you know, it's all about the recreation and in the town, and we're the health city, is what they keep saying, and they didn't, that's why they ranked the one lower, so. But I had that at that, and this other one, I only have it 100,000, but, I'm happy to move those either way.
Well, my thoughts are on the museum. I think traffic's going to increase pretty much with the new temple opening. And this may be a draw to a lot of those people that are going into Smithfield that want to know a little more of the history. So, you know, I'm good with 50 on that one to get it started.
I've got 30 on it, but I could go up maybe another 10.
Okay.
We funded partially at $30,000 on this project last year.
Did we? Then I agree with, yeah.
30 again?
30.
30, feel okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's go 30
So
on that one.
66 was 30.
Yeah. And what page did you say that one was on again? Sorry, I'm jumping around.
first.
Or is
First page.
page 6 is 64.
I want to put a star by that. I think I would like more to that, so let's put a star on that. Yeah,
Are on 66.
Well, nice to see it completed, wouldn't it?
yeah.
And,
Now 65, or 64, excuse me.
64.
64 is on page 6 there, and that one, we've got it funded as much as 200 over here. We have
Yeah, I may be a little high on that.
200, and I was thinking more like 100, but toward that, but I think,
100 with a star works for me,
That's
but
what I had down.
that may be more generous.
I had 0 on the museum and 130 here. That's why I wanted to talk about the other first.
We just spent that 30.
So now I'll put 100 here.
I've got the 100.
100 with a star?
I'm good with the 100.
100 with a star. And I'm just gonna write down, we'll get phone call, that's fine.
What's your phone number? No.
I know your phone number. So I'm gonna put it down there. Nope, that's fine. Okay, 67. The Stokes Nature Center.
Page 2 on the score sheet.
We're doing good, guys. We really are.
31.
Okay, what page is?
Page 2.
Natures and page 2.
Page 2.
And on this one, I have it 25
30.
on this one.
Summerfest?
Yes.
No,
Stokes.
Okay, I skipped one, sorry.
7.
I would be really tempted just to fund this one.
They've had, in the reports of the last 2 years, 2 years ago, they had an excess of 78, and they added another 43 to it last year.
That's right.
Of excess? They added another 43 of excess.
No, they generated 43 more.
Oh. I think I
In
understand.
2020, yeah, there's 77 excess, in 2021, another 44 in excess. So they're generating more income each year than they are spending.
Yeah,
And that's why I put 25. 'Cause they-
Yeah, for me,
that's
it's
what I've got is 25.
I had 25 myself, so
I've got 25 as well.
25 and 30 is the same for me when it's only 11% of their budget.
25 okay?
Yeah.
25 okay?
Number 67, 25,000.
Uh-huh. 68, Summerfest.
Same page.
Yeah, page 2.
2.
Now, they actually moved to the fairgrounds,
Last year, we gave them 15,000.
and,
What was our ask last year?
I think I was,
One thing, because a question was asked of me last year that I didn't have the answer to at that time.
well, okay, now, I know you want to say, I hate to say it, but it's up to if you want to take public comment, but we'd like to save the public comment for,
That's fine. I just.
for the county council, and then you can
Our
rip
score
them.
ended up last year due to a carryover that was showing that really was from our cancellation in 2020. That was just.
So it was a fake rollover, so to speak.
Well, I didn't see that, as far, I didn't really take that into account.
Last year.
Yeah.
Last year, they asked for 25 and received 15.
Right.
I'm not understanding the comment.
On your,
So it sounds like last year,
Is the accounting not correct?
Last year, I was asked the question of why there was a carryover that showed that we had income that carried over from the prior year.
that was last year's
And
application.
that was when we carried over, the tax return that was submitted was actually from 2021, since the form wasn't due yet when our application was submitted last year. So the carryover income that showed on our 2021 taxes that was referenced last year was actually income that was carried from 2020 when the event was canceled. and many of our artists had already paid their fees. I came in not quite 2 years ago on Summerfest, but in going back and looking after last year's meeting, I thought, oh my gosh, I didn't think we had carryover income. And in talking with our accountant and looking at the tax return, that was income that was generated in 2020 but carried over to 2021 when the event picked up again. So 2020 generated a little bit of income, did carry it over because the event was canceled. And that was all I wanted to clarify. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Does that make sense?
But we don't even have a tax return on this application, do we?
No, she's saying this is
Oh,
what
so we
happened
have,
last year.
we have a, so I didn't really, we didn't see that. That'd have been last year's question, I guess, that would probably
It
brought
would have been
up.
last year's question,
Yeah.
because this year they scored really high. They
Yeah.
scored at 32.
Yeah, I was gonna easily give them the 15,000 again this year, but, that's how I kinda felt, but I'm very vulnerable, you know, they could hold to go more.
I have it at 15 as well, but I'm not averse to
20.
kicking it.
They requested 20,
That's what they're requesting this year is 20.
so.
I said 20 this year.
That's what I put down was 20.
Okay.
I think they're,
I said
I-
20.
I think we analyzed well
glad
last
they're, I'm
year.
glad they're, you know, that we're back up and going, yeah.
So there is a
I'm
party?
serious. You know, I love to see all these things
Should we
happen,
fund that?
back up and going, and we're not tied to a mask everywhere we go, so.
Give them the 20,000 and
Let's go 20,
Yeah.
I think we all were voting for the 20 anyway.
okay, that's
I
good.
think the reason it went down was because they did have the carryover.
Yeah.
That's what she's saying, yeah.
Pick it back up to the 20 now.
And
Makes
there was,
sense.
I
We
think
go to
there,
29, or 69, excuse me.
where we at, we 69, Trenton?
What page?
69 is on page 4 of the score sheet.
And
Sorry, Pete.
here is another little town that everything is labor, it's just a matter of shingles and repair and to keep their little town part going.
but they give them what they
Scored
requested.
very well.
Yeah, I put full funding on that one.
Me too.
Everyone okay with that?
Yeah, I had that
Okay,
as well.
so that was 69. What page? I didn't even,
That's page 4.
thank you. Page 4, 69. And we'll go full funding.
Before lunch gets here.
Did they just come in?
I haven't seen it, let me check.
Is it Hammer Day? We're not there yet.
'Cause I'm still smelling chocolate.
Alright.
Unicorn.
Unicorn, 70.
70, you got a page on that one somewhere?
Working on it.
There it is on page 2.
Page 2.
Okay.
What page is that on?
2,
Page 2.
yeah, near the bottom.
15 out of 45. Awarded 7.
What did we give these?
7,000
Seven
in
last
2021.
At the bottom of page
2022, they didn't even,
No,
there was,
I don't
they had
think
some
it's
issues
applied
getting the
last year.
application in,
Oh, is that what happened?
That's
Yeah.
right, yeah.
and
I
so they
knew there
weren't
was
able to.
something that I should
Yeah,
have
they
remembered
weren't
about them.
So they're asking for basically
70?
2 of them. 15.
You're on 70, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of students.
Well, this is your worksheet.
Good.
This is the one.
the actual.
That's on page 2. I put $7,500.
That's what I
How
would
much?
go, 7,500.
75.
I'm very amenable to that, so 75,
I'm okay
half
with
of
that.
their,
Okay with it. Barbara, do you mostly do that because of how many people they're servicing, or what is your major? that was
Yeah, the servicing, and I have a soft part in my heart for kids and.
Well, I like
being
it.
You know, to
I think
be
it's a good
able
idea.
to, because I think a lot of kids, even though sports get a lot of, you know,
Attention.
attention, there's a lot of kids that don't go into that, and they need something to get them so that they feel important too, so, yeah, that's why.
Mostly curious.
Okay.
Okay, if you want to, the lunch is here, so if you want to take a break.
Attack the opera? Before the opera shows up? Or get attacked by the opera here? That wouldn't be a,
Did we decide 7,500?
7,500. Yeah.
That's fine.
Right, they got, we're 72.
Oh, did we do, oh, we got,
So before you, maybe before you start, I'll kind of give you an update. So the total allocation was 4,461,867. That was what's available. We've done, I think about, if I counted right, 50 of the 79 applications, but I think 5 of them are still ineligible. So we're doing really well. So far, you've allocated 1,939,760, and you still have a little over 2.5 million left, but there are some big asks.
Yeah, we're hitting a couple big ones right now.
Yep.
So, no, we are. I think we're.
some money left over.
We're
Doing
we
well.
will, and that's good. That's good. We'll, go ahead, Reed.
And what we've always done in the past from your direction, that is to also try to carry some over in case the county or the county council has people come in and say, hey, why this or that, or why we didn't get this or that, so.
And we've got, there'll be a percentage from the zoo. Have you taken, we'll have to allocate to the zoo?
Yeah, we have to allocate to the
That,
zoo,
that's usually, we got to decide, and that can be up to.
up to 10%. Yeah.
We need to work with that one. Let's go ahead, I know this Festival of the Opera, let's dig right in since our stomachs are full. And we'll, and it's a big one. We have it's a lot of detail, there's a lot of detail in it. What's your feelings on, there are 2 of them, 74 and 70, or 72 and 75, right?
I think there may be.
There's 3.
3, oh, and, excuse me.
There's 4, there's.
Yep.
Get to the others, oh, they're over in the other, sorry. I'm looking.
Yeah.
73, 74, and 75.
but 72 and 75 are out of this.
The Rapz.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's address those if we can.
72 scores quite well at a 33. 75, if I remember, scored rather low at a 23. I couldn't imagine not supporting this with the scope of what they do and the engagement with bringing folks in. I think the question becomes the amount. The second one, I'm more lukewarm on, and if the score is that low, I'm not, I don't know that it needs to be funded.
On 23 or on?
On
75.
75.
What page is 75 on?
75 is on page 3. 74 is on
It's an
page.
$8,000 ask. And it's quite a read. I really wish that they would stick within the boxes, and narrow it down of the application, you know?
Last year, we funded them to the tune of $280,000. The year before, it was $450,000.
Remember why they changed?
Yes, they needed ongoing money, but COVID interrupted their operations. But you can't not fund them and have them go out of business. And so we funded them at that level. And my recommendation is that between all 4 of them, we allocate $450,000 again this year.
Back to where it was.
And 450 then was more than it had been funded
quite a
in
while.
the past. Yeah, in the past, it was at like 310, 350, then 450, and then back to 280 over the last 4 years.
Okay, one of the questions that we talk about the 280, if you look at their here. They're showing that
Budget.
It's hard for me to wrap my head around that.
we gave him 350,000. That's for their own paperwork here.
Well, maybe the county came back and gave them more than what we recommended.
Well,
That could be.
that's what,
That could be. We recommended 280 and they came back.
Barbara, you remember that?
Yeah, yeah.
It was I remember, I think we'd be still in that meeting if we didn't give that other 100K.
Yeah,
It was within the council.
yeah, it
We
was
have done
within the
that.
council.
But, you know, I will say there's another side, and the other side is that over the years, I think we have been of a big help, and they really recognized we've been a big help in keeping them, they've had some hard times.
Yeah, they have.
You know, they've had some, you know, there's some financial hard times trying to get through everything. There was some troubles within, you know, internally that I think they've got them fixed from what
They do.
you know, that we had, I hate to say it, but we had to push, saying, you know what, we will do this if these things happen. They changed. They got it. I think they did real well. Mark Ensign, I think when he came in, did an amazing job in really bringing them together.
Made them operate
Yes.
as they should.
And I think they got the controls where they need to be. So I'm thinking that the organization is a lot more solid.
Yes.
And I think it has some strong future, so, to fund them at that, I'm very much in favor.
You wondered about the one where it had a low score, and the reason it has a low score is because the Utah Theater was one of their not good decisions.
Yeah.
And I don't want to fund that not good decision.
So that's why
I don't know.
70, that's why
Is that
70.
fair, Barbara?
Yeah,
No, that's very well said, so.
So 75 and 74. Not there,
Yes.
very, very way down the list. Does anybody know what the capacity is? Seating capacity?
It, I
It's
think,
about
is
900,
in
isn't it?
there, if we looked at it, but I think it's 400 or 500.
Probably, I'm
I
not
think
sure.
it's 400 or 500 included.
So you're talking about the
Including
capacity
about-
of the, which theater?
Of the,
Utah or the Eccles?
which,
The Utah Theater.
oh, the Utah.
Utah theater,
Oh,
The Eccles is 1,000, I think.
about, something like that.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I should know.
So there,
I think I remembered looking at that in their application.
Utah. Which one's that?
For, oh, that's in the other book.
In the other book.
Yeah.
okay, so our total request from them, total quite a bit.
Yeah, I have 735.1, but I added up for total request.
735?
735.100.
Last year they requested 670, and we gave them 350. This year they're requesting the 735. And we're giving them 400 then. Is that what you just suggested, Bruce?
I think
450, yeah.
amongst these, I think if you, I don't know, I feel good about the 450,000. I think that
I'm okay with that.
I know we'll get another request from them.
And are you gonna allocate that through them, or do you wanna start at the top and go down?
Well,
We probably have to
No.
have some number that we can
No.
associate with each particular project and
Right.
see.
and I'm the 76, number 76, is it? Or 74, no, 74, 75.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see, no, 74. I sit there and I go, I wouldn't fund 74 myself, and that's just a small little request.
But I gave them 0.
the 73, and that's a huge expense for out of, you know, the marketing.
Yeah, that strikes me. I like the idea of advertising it out of state, and I think this is, as much as anything in the portfolio here, something that has the ability to draw people in from out of state. That just seems like a ton of money for that. But
It
I'm
goes
okay with,
so fast.
I'm okay with the 450 overall, and
How would you allocate it?
Well, let me give you this and then I'll think about it. What I do not know the capacity of the Utah Theater, but what I was remembering is that they showed their average attendance at Utah Festival Opera productions in the Utah Theater. And it's never over 300. It's always in the 275, 280 capacity. Some were down into 150, 180 attendance. Now, let me go back over here and I'll tell you what I think.
I'd probably suggest 400 for the operational of it,
Right.
and 50 for the marketing.
That's kind of where my head was, something like that.
That's what 400 for number 72. Yeah, we go 400 for 72 and then 0 for, I have a 0 here on number 75 myself.
Yeah, 75.
You getting this? Is that, what do you think?
What do you think, ladies?
I'm good.
Good. So,
yeah, and same on 74. I don't see any.
and then the $1,500 one, no, but then put 50 toward the 175, ask on number 73.
And 0 the next.
Okay, does that make sense?
It makes sense.
So it's 74 and 75 are zeros?
Yes,
Right.
and we're gonna do
Yes.
400 on 72 and 50 on 73.
There you go.
Okay.
That makes sense?
400,000 on 72, 50,000 on 73, 0 on 74, and 0 on 75. Okay.
Go through and make sure I got them all now. Let's see, I got 72.
What page is 73 and 74?
I'm having a hard time finding.
They are on,
Which one are you
Four
looking for?
sheets,
Here we go, the very back, very back, number 8.
page 8.
Yep, we go 50 on number 73 there. And 74, we'll go with the 0.
oh, you're looking about your scoring sheet. Yeah, yeah.
I made a bunch of
It's
those.
just a gut feeling, but I'll bet you this, on 74, it gets funded anyway, but not by us.
There you go, you should keep track of that. It's
It'll
not
be-
much, I
it'll-
mean,
I
it's
think it'll be funded
that's a
by-
private
I think
person.
The Utah Forest Bureau,
somebody will.
they participate with them anyway, so we'll let them. Okay,
77?
77.
This is on page 3,
Correct.
pretty, relatively low score.
Valley
20.
Dance Ensemble.
Looking for 2,500.
And this is up at the Ellen Eccles, or this is at the Ellen Eccles, right, Center?
77, dance ensemble? No. They may be,
Valley Ensemble.
performed at the Ellen
Will
Eccles
perform at the
Theater.
Ellen Eccles Theater,
perform there, yes.
yeah.
I put down $1,500.
15. That's 500 more than I gave them, but for 500
I had
bucks,
it
doesn't
at
make a bit
1,000,
of
but I'm
difference.
not stressed.
Man, I'm curious, I mean, they're only asking for 25,
Is it on principle, like how, like for me, I'm just like, it's not my first choice, but it's only 2,500, can they use it? It's only 7% of their budget.
I think I looked at the number of people that I felt that they were impacting.
25 dancers. Total budget of 35,000.
Yeah. 35.3, and they're only asking for 2,500 of that.
I agree with you, Cody. I was gonna give them the full thing too.
I was just gonna give it and be done for where we're at and
Yeah.
what they're asking for. Maybe see if it grows and if they never get their feet under them or.
Well, that's what I found kinda, I wish we had a,
Long track of what happened.
yeah, that's what, I wish there was a,
10 years ago, they were here, but now they're here.
right, you know. I'm sure they've been going for a while, but I wonder what prompted them to say, hey, let's go get some more money.
Looks like we've awarded them 3 times in the past, but we didn't award last year, or, let's see.
2019 was the last award, it looks like.
Yeah.
They haven't applied for anything for the last 2 years.
Like that, I don't know if that's growing or
And,
dying, but
and you know, that might be that now they've got it back up and going. Maybe
Yeah.
COVID's been a thing to
Right.
keep them consistent.
could be. And if that's the
Maybe
case, I'd just be like,
Okay,
fund it and go.
that okay?
I don't have any grief about.
Okay, 2,500.
2,500?
That's good, and 79. And Zutah.
No idea what page that one's on.
It's on
Oh,
page
they-
8, yeah.
Oh, I should have started there.
So, I want to share maybe just a couple thoughts on this. First of all, I love the zoo. I think it's cool that we have it, and it's hard for me to imagine deciding that wouldn't be something I'd want in Cache Valley. I struggle a little bit with the last, the request on the form says to provide a copy of your most recent audited financial statements. And my concern here is they did comply with that in the sense that they produced the most recent, it's just that the most recent is from like 2016. We can't fund the full amount because the full amount is more than the 10%. And I just find myself feeling like, once every 7 years is not as frequent of an auditing procedure as I like. I wonder if there's some way that we could make a conditional award contingent on a successful audit of the financial statement.
Now, what are you asking? You said the most recent financial is what?
2016 is what sticks in my head.
That's what's, December 31st,
December 2022.
the letter that I'm looking at.
Oh, the auditor's statement, the independent accountant's review, though, is dated 2016. So I'm sure the other form, the tax forms, I presume they have to submit annually. But in terms of actually having an audit of their stuff performed.
They're not required to have an audit necessarily. I don't think they are required to have an audit.
How do you read the, and I'm open, I'm just trying to read the bit that says, you should, entities requesting more than 50,000 must also include a copy of their most recent audited financial statement.
If they've had an audited financial statement. We wouldn't require them to have an audit.
No.
It would be I don't think that they are required to have an audit by their regulations. They're required to file a tax return, but they're not required to have an audited financial statement. That's different, right?
It is different.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is different. And so they're not required to have an audited financial statement, but they are required to file a tax return, which they have included, and they have submitted What you're reading is the instructions to them is if they're required by their overseeing board to have an audit, then we want a copy of the audit.
We should copy that down and put it in the form, because that is confusing.
Okay.
The way you said that clarified a lot. I see what you're saying, because that made a
Not
lot
all
of.
entities are required to have an audit.
Okay.
But when you're,
The city has to have an audit.
but when you're dealing with so much direct or indirect public funding,
Right.
it would be wise, very wise
You
for
could
you to have a.
But
an
they
audit.
do have to have a tax return.
Yeah.
And so you can see, that's, yeah,
You see their balance sheet, you can see their.
Did you go through that
income
tax? How do you feel
yes.
about that?
I like this. I did not grant everything that they're requesting, but if you look at their financial statement, let's see.
The tax return that,
That tells you a lot. They have, at the end of 2022, they had $250,000 in the bank. They had $144,000 in animals and stuff that they had purchased. They owed $12,000, and they had equity of $379,000. Most of their assets are cash in the bank, cash in the bank. Last year, they had a net surplus. They generated $25,000 more than they spent. And their tax return is there. One of the things that I noted on their tax return, which affected how much I was going to recommend, is that on their tax return, their net assets at the end of 2020, June of 2021, were $250,000. Their net assets at the end of June 2022 were $500,000.
That's the big number right there.
that's a big jump.
Okay? And so they're growing, and that was my comment, that there's surplus that they generated in 2021 was $61,000. And the surplus that they generated in the most recent fiscal year was $255,000.
So you think they should be more self-sustaining? Is that what you're leaning towards?
No, I felt that I'm not gonna, they're asking for 480,000, I said 160 maybe.
I had 160 myself.
That's what I've got, it's 160.
Yeah.
All the people,
I just
experienced
don't-
people in the room just said 160.
I
I'm thinking, I have, okay.
I don't see, and I don't see any like big projects, big changes, big improvement, things like that. They don't describe any of those, which tells me that they're kind of just keep going, but yet they're growing in a financial statement.
Yes.
That tells me that, well, is there something that's all gonna be done, used for? I don't know. It doesn't say that in a plan or, a progress report that I really got.
If
So
they
I-
had extra, they bought animals.
Yeah.
I remember one thing, I think it was a year ago, they wanted to go buy a big vehicle, didn't they?
Yeah.
And we said no.
Like a transport type
Yeah,
vehicle.
why? It's all right there. What do they need the vehicle for?
But, which I think keeps them about in line what we gave them about last year, isn't it? Pretty close?
I think so.
Last year you gave them 160.
Yeah.
We gave them 160 last year too.
And they were pretty consistent.
What was their request last year?
It was up.
The same amount?
480. They wanted 480.
This
That
year
was
was
this year.
480. I don't
Oh,
remember.
last year.
I don't remember last year.
Last year.
And
I'm gonna go for at least the 10% of everything.
Gotcha.
So, which is,
they requested last
So,
year
160, how do you feel?
520,000.
Thank you.
That's fine with me. If there's a way that we can encourage them to give us a little more on the financial statements, and if it makes a difference, I'll say, let's go to 170, we'll pay for the audit, just give it to us
No,
next year.
I'm an accountant, and that's what we did. That's what we do. And I don't think you need an audit on this one.
Okay, I
I
will
think
take
that
your,
the tax return and the financial statement they've given us was adequate for me, or you are.
I'll take your advice.
do an internal audit right there. You've already done it.
And see, this here is basically 4, and it's hard reading the one thing, but it's just kind of like for just ongoing operating expenses. So, you know, if they're just doing operating expenses, but they're still increasing, then that kind of tells me that, you know, that they're not saying that we're trying to do this in a phase 1, and we need some monies, yeah, to improve this and this. Here's phase 2. I guess it'd be good to have a you know, a 10-year, 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, and start working.
Right,
If
what
they're
is this going
needing
to?
more, then we would like to actually, okay, let's then put so much money to help them in this phase 1 to get this particular part of the project done. You know, and if they're wanting to expand or improve or change, you know, we don't know that.
Yeah, it doesn't say that, but interesting.
160, what do you?
Well, yeah, it's okay. They're in education as well, and it's difficult to know just how much they want to allocate for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep,
okay.
for me.
160.
We'll agree with there, let's go 160. Oh, what'd I do with my zoo? It's on the very back, yeah.
Page 8.
Got her. Okay. Hey, that book's done, guys. Now we're over on both. Number 1.
Number 1.
Amalga.
Change books.
Yeah, new book.
Yeah.
Page 6. Score 29.
A $12,000 upgrade. They've actually been fairly consistent in asking, and they've had a little improvement here and an improvement there, a little small town.
Yeah, we're back to that small town situation.
Uh-huh.
Asked about 54, or 50% of their $24,000 budget.
And they're looking at doing and it's about 50% ask of what
Yeah.
they need, and they do put a lot into it. I
I think I would,
feel okay, I say
It's only
12,
12.
we'll give them the 12.
Okay, good for me.
12,000?
Is that okay?
Yep.
Hang on,
Hurry, next one, okay.
upset by,
Number 19, now, let's go.
let's hurry and get going. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Number
12,
9,
did you decide?
17 or?
12,
12.
12,000 for number 1.
number 1.
Where are you at now?
I'm at 19. Is that right?
Yeah, and didn't we already
Cash
decide
development,
that?
oh,
We-
we've done that one.
Yeah.
That one.
Yep, that one's done.
20 we've done, right?
Yep.
You've gone all the way through 23.
Okay, 20's done, how about 21?
Yes, completed.
Trails, yep, 20, then we go to 42,
Right.
here's Logan City. Parks, Recreation. Of the $2.3 million project, and
Scored well. 33.
I like the, hey, this is our project, this is what we really want to do approach.
oh yeah,
Sorry, which?
they do have it in phases.
I gave it the whole thing.
To
I did too,
page 4.
you know, with their portion of it, I
Yeah,
was just gonna give it the whole 475.
I'd like to see that project done.
But I don't mind. Logan, the contributions from residents of Logan City to the whole RAPS program are so substantial that
Yeah, I'm all for it.
that's reasonable to go to 470.
Is that okay then, you think, or?
I'm agreeable.
Okay.
475.
I didn't even see where that one was. What page?
Page 4,
Page
almost to
4.
the bottom.
Thank you.
Yep,
So number 42 Logan is fully funded,
fully funded.
475.
We've already done that one.
Okay, good. How about there, 66? Hope we done that one.
Yes.
And 78 Wellsville, we have not done. I thought that was kind of minimal.
I'm thinking that whoever did the Wellsville really goofed up. They goofed up. They made a mistake when they submitted their application. 'Cause, I mean, if you've been to Wellsville and seen the Tabernacle, $5,800 is not gonna get you hardly anything for what they need.
For what, yeah,
It's a $13,800
it's not a very
project,
big project,
and only half of it,
42%.
and it talks about it's an outside exterior maintenance project.
For me, that's probably a conservative number.
I wonder what they're doing. Is it just kind of like maybe just a slight painting?
Said they just need to catch up on some stuff that hadn't been.
Because they did they put a whole bunch of money in it, just we did give them a bunch of money the last couple of
Gave
years.
them 39 last year.
Yeah,
A few years ago, we gave them quite a bit, but
But that wasn't going to maintenance on this. I think it was,
we did, it's maybe been a few years. I thought we had something that a few years ago, they did put some money into the tabernacle, didn't they?
Says here, we didn't give them anything, but it seems to me that we did, but I can't remember exactly.
we gave them 39,000
I show 39, but
last year, and
In their application, they don't say they had
Right.
anything last year.
The money for the Wellsville Foundation was actually through Wellsville City last
Okay,
year
I do remember that was different.
okay.
Okay,
There you
thank you.
go.
for a major construction project.
And that's what held up all the funds, so nothing was, I remember it saying nothing had been addressed to maintenance on this building for a while.
Correct. So all the money's been going towards the structure, which has been
Taking everything.
completely funded.
See, and to me, that's a conservative number to do any maintenance on
I
a
was gonna
building
say,
like that.
but when you read it, there's a lot of donated labor. There's a lot of, you work in there, looks like there are there you got $1,500 to rent a boom lift. That apparently Cuban's gonna be on that, and maybe that's probably the volunteer they're working through. I think they're doing it step by step too, so. I don't feel bad.
I'd fund the whole thing.
Do you?
No, I like it.
I agree
Gentlemen?
with it.
I funded the whole thing.
Okay, fund the whole thing, 78, got 5,800.
5,800 to number 78.
Yeah. Okay, now we're at Bear Community Services.
Bear River, number 5.
Let's see, where were you at? You see that one?
Looking.
No.
Oh, 75? Number 5.
Oh, number 5. Oh, yeah, just next.
Right there, very last page.
Last page.
8 of 8.
There it is. Scored a 21. Didn't fund last year.
I can't find it, Reed. Your original score sheet.
That's what I'm looking for. 50,000 out of a 30,000, almost $37,000
We're
budget.
number 5.
Doesn't look like it's been funded in the foreseeable past.
I can't find it.
I don't think we've even got an application of anything coming, have we?
I don't know, I don't see
this
anything.
is,
On
So-
the original score sheet.
oh, there it is there.
Where is it? What page?
It's page 8 on the score sheet.
Page 8.
Page 8 of
We're
8.
looking at our original score sheets, because that's where we've made point notes.
I think number
So,
5 was a new
Page 6 of the
application.
original score sheet. First one under tourism promotion.
Under the tourism promotion.
I had a hard time wrapping my vision around this thing. Yeah.
There-
A digital
That's where, yeah.
documentation of history.
Are they digitalizing history?
Well,
They say it's for tourism.
Are they gonna have like an interpretive thing where it's digitalized, as they go from point to point, or
That's a good
what?
point. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's why I couldn't find it.
the heritage area has been dedicated to equitable cultural heritage tourism.
A
I
couple.
want a definition, one of you, I dare you.
What that is? I don't know.
I have no idea. I gave it my best guess, so I don't know.
I-
That's why it's not scoring good.
First of all,
Okay, Professor.
sorry, I keep butting in and I just need to calm down. Bear River Heritage Area is much broader than Cache County. It incorporates several areas in northern Utah. And I'm not sure I had a clear understanding from the application that the funds would be restricted to Cache County specific tourism promotion. And that's something I would have liked to see in the application if I was going to be supportive. And I think we're on the same wavelength here, Dave, that it feels more like development of digitized history capacity than something that directly promotes tourism to me. So this one scored very low for me. And it's not a high priority for funding. A better application next year that showed directly how an activity that they proposed to undertake would bring people into Cache Valley, I would be open to supporting the organization. But I don't see in this application a proposal that supports tourism promotion to Cache County in a compelling enough way for me to recommend funding.
So you're saying zero?
Yeah,
I went on and looked
I
at their
agree with you.
website. Did you look at their website?
I did.
I did.
I looked at their website and honestly, it looked to me like this is somebody who's looking for a job.
I was a little more favorable maybe than that in looking at the website. But
You've been in politics, he hasn't.
I didn't see the link to the purposes of the program, the funding purposes of this program. So
I was confused. Well, confused meaning trying to understand just the application without going to the website. I was sitting there going, okay, nothing flowed. Nothing really came to me. I thought, okay, there's no specifics saying, well, we promote this, we put this mailing out, we're on Facebook. I didn't, anything that really told me what are you actually getting out of what you're doing.
This may be their first application, and they may be going through a learning process on how the funding works. Again, I'd be happy to review another application from them in the future.
The website looked like they'd sat down and pulled from a variety of places to put together this website, and then there was a space that says photos coming, and photos coming, and photos coming, and that's what the application was for.
Yeah.
Well, somebody's gonna pay me to go out and take a picture now to put in this website, but I'm with you. I don't know if anybody would find a website unless they were actually looking, maybe to come here, and then it would give them a little bit of background. Yeah.
We're all in agreement.
Yeah, I think, you mind if, my proposal is 0.
Yeah.
Until we get further, a better idea of everything that,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Let's go with, Cache County Building and Grounds, number 10.
Yeah.
Now, that's for the electrical out front here, right? All between the buildings?
That was for the power.
Yes, power sources.
We're going to begin with, to take care of the farmer's market that they have.
Oh, that's right.
Then it seems to me like it's probably a wise thing to do as it continues to grow. They're gonna need that electrical power. Now may be a good time to put it into effect.
It's a busy place here on Saturdays during the summer.
Yep,
It's not a very big ask for what we've given them in the past.
I believe that's probably the entire project.
This
That's
is
the
first
entire
time we're doing
project,
it.
but last year's project was 385,000, so. Did I read that right?
9,500.
Is tourism promotion the right place for this project?
The Gardener's Market is
I
based
guess.
on tourism.
Right, and a lot of the events that they would bring in would be related to tourism.
Tourism, okay.
Okay. Clarify this, somebody who knows. Would this work also for cars, electric cars?
No,
No, I don't think so.
they have to have,
Special hookup.
Like
it would be
110.
special connections for an electric car. Yeah, this is just power for, sound systems, anything, food trucks, stuff like that. Electric cars are a separate, specific,
I'm thinking, the 9,500 seems like a low bill for putting those kind of things in, but I think they must not have to go very far because we just barely to the south redid that whole pedestal electrical area right there, and so they might not have to go that far to be able to do this, and that's why it's
So
a
cheap,
small
so
ask, so.
expensive.
Should we fund it?
I would fund it.
Okay,
I'm good with it.
9,500 and 11. Why isn't your office sufficient?
We did 11, didn't we?
Camera?
Done 11.
We've done 11.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, 12,
12
12
was
done.
done.
12, and where do we go with 28?
28.
Valley Cruise. I will flat out jump out right now and say I propose we fund it.
9%, 30,000 last year. It scored a 32, it scores really high.
It's a big,
Win-win.
It's a big
it's
deal.
a big deal, a big draw, and again, I love the diversity.
Yep.
I love that we're providing, again, something for everybody in this county.
As far as things that bring in tourism, there are a few things that compare to that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty easy on it if you guys want to go that direction.
The budget for this year budgets for a $29,000 surplus. They budgeted $29,000 more in income that they figure that they'll spend.
So you think, take it down to what
And
the actual.
their carryover is a $95,000 carryover from prior year.
How much?
95,000.
Justification, like they're trying to buy a specific car, like trying to get
Well,
to.
but we need to fund them, and I recommended 30 grand.
That's what I did,
30
was
out of
30,
Where I had them as well.
which is what it was last year.
Ladies,
Yes,
what do you think,
fund
30?
it. I go for it.
Or fund them all the way?
I want more, but I'll go
I
with
would want
whatever.
a little bit more myself, but
Okay, that's fine.
let's go another 5, 35.
35?
Yeah.
Okay,
And,
Consensus?
fine.
I know the guy that's over it.
Know that, dude.
He was one of my FFA officers
I'll find it.
years ago,
Oh,
oh, it's 28.
It's been a big thing for the
and it
valley.
has,
On page 7 of the score sheet.
we've been huge in it. It's actually what I think is neat, is it's things like that kind of is a brand.
Scored 31.
It's been a branding thing for us.
And overall,
and
it
they bring in concerts in a concert in the evening too.
well, just that weekend, I'd be curious to see how much of this Rapz tax comes from that. Well, it's hard, because it's that
Yeah.
weekend, everybody's coming, and going to Bear Lake.
But again, there's something for everybody. It's a different thing,
Kind of activity.
and there's a part of the cultures for it, and I'm glad that we provide it, so.
What agriculture?
29,
Gardener's Market. Here on page 7.
we are, yep, 7, right in the middle.
Okay, got it.
Scored relatively decent. Requesting about 37% of their budget. That's a $32,000 budget. Last year you funded about 4,000.
How much last year, I'm sorry?
You did 4 in
Oh,
2020.
okay.
The request is a lot more this year, but I'm not sure how much we want to go.
Hard to say.
It's interesting what they used the last year's really, for. And it seems like a lot of little sundry things, a little bit of just kind of the supplies and I guess operation and maintenance of it. Their budget here kind of just seemed like it was just more of the same, just increase it.
Just more of them.
How much?
Well, we haven't said anything yet. Last year we funded 4,000. They're looking for 12 this year, about 37% of their budget. I think we're all kind of open.
What they want to spend it for is
It's on the-
4,000 for media advertising,
Is that where the bulk of the increases come from, do you think?
3,000 from print materials in addition to the advertising. Ad space rental, 600. They want to spend $1,000 for a band,
For a band?
a band,
All band.
and $700 for performance artist.
You struggling with everything, the performance side of it, or more?
They want to spend $1,000 on tables, I understand. Pumpkins and cookies they give away, art supplies, $300. I said give them $4,000.
That's what I've got, is 4,000.
I'm in,
You guys are on the same page.
I am
Every
in
time.
four, I'm four.
Is that what you're at?
Okay.
4 as well.
That's what I had at the top of my.
All right.
Some of the stuff I didn't, looks like if we
Bill?
have it, we'll spend it, kind of thing, but does it really promote, does it really add,
Well,
does it really go to our purpose?
And it might be different if they maybe said why they thought that would do a different, like, trying to get the younger crowd, or I don't know what that is. I don't know what they're looking at, but it's
4 is
interesting.
good for me.
I think 4 is pretty unanimous.
Let's help them just keep them going, see how it develops. Before
We are
jump
providing,
into
you're
it.
doing the electrical specifically
Right.
for
Yeah.
them.
To be fair, you just had some money on
We're
that.
helping, let's just see how it develops and evolves. So,
So what did you say?
4,000.
4,000 for number 29.
Okay, number 37,
The Grand Fondo.
Grand Fondo.
You're on page 7 for that one.
This is another catchy name.
This one scored a 31.
What is the definition of a Grand Fondo? Anyone got that?
Yes, I looked it up.
Series of races, isn't it?
It's a long race, long bicycle
Yeah, it is.
race.
It's a bike race, I know, but
It's a long bike race.
It didn't originate here. We're borrowing that name.
It comes from Italy, right? The term is Italian, long fondo.
It's a qualifying race for a national Grand Fondo.
there
So
is
this
a
one,
national
this is a
Grand Fondo.
qualifier.
Qualifying, I'm pretty sure he's put that in there.
We've done this
Yeah, it is.
he's done this a few years in the valley.
Yeah.
I like this project. When they come to town, the hotels fill up. That's exactly what we're going for, or at least from my perspective, so I support the whole thing.
I do, I,
Gave me 7,500 last year
Two of them,
too.
right? You guys,
No,
Yeah.
I would fund the one fondo, $7,500, what the request was, but I wouldn't do number 38, which is the promotion.
So I think that was my initial disposition. But then when I looked at it, it's actually the Cash Century bicycle ride that we didn't fund through H-Spin events in the Grand Fondo. It was previously funded through Common Ground.
Correct.
And so in the past, we have funded both of those items. It's just this year, Troy Oldham with Grand Fondo put in for it.
I did. I had 7,500 and 2,500. I apologize.
I had 2,500 on the Cash Century on number 38 as well.
Yes,
It was called Common Ground.
yes.
Common,
That's right.
Common Ground was the applicant.
and it's still to benefit Common Ground. It's just that this year, instead of Common Ground putting in the application, Cash Grand Fondo H-Spin put in the application on behalf of Common Ground. So
Right.
still benefits the same organization. It's just.
And we used to fund the Common Ground. Fund,
Yes.
part.
Yeah, and I did. I did 75 and 25.
That's exactly where
I feel good about that.
I'm good.
2,500 then on number 38.
On to the next.
Excellent.
So 37 was 7,500 fully funded,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
And then 2,500 on number 38. Okay.
Okay, let's go to the Logan Cash Airport. Oh, we did that one.
No,
No,
we
we
haven't.
didn't. No, excuse
I
me.
think we did.
I have a question on this.
I got a big
Maybe you-
question on it.
Sorry.
What's the source of the other funding for this? Can you answer that, Dave? Do you know?
What's it for?
Well, it's all part of the, the airport board that does, they have an airport board, they look over those things, and I think that,
Do they report to you at all?
no.
Is it independent?
They are actually together, and we don't get any kind of a report or anything that they come to us for the county council. It's combination with Cache County and with Logan City. And, the airport board.
They don't report to anybody.
There's no, we have Carl Ward is our representative on that board. But as far as, we never get any kind of feedback from them, except when they want money. And then we usually get a big request which is, here's one of them.
Is any of this done through grants, Dave?
A lot of it used,
Some of it is, yes.
So part of it they're getting through federal grants?
I think in the past, it was like almost all affiliated with some FAA grants that they would have continually, and because they were trying to expand it, and they would be able to get some even long-term money
Yeah.
for a lot of those grants. Then has been a change in some leadership out there, and since then it just seems like everything's got to be fixed.
Wasn't it 2 or 3 years ago where we actually did a matching fund with them?
Yeah.
$370,000 or something like that.
Yes.
That's when we did the matching.
That was, remember, it was like just one time.
Yeah.
And it was so that they could get, there was another big, that was our portion, they needed it quite fast for a grant.
Yeah.
In order to, I think that was updating, wasn't the runway, wasn't that part of like?
It was
I
a
think that was the
runway.
runway.
Rebuilt.
Extend the runways, bigger.
Exactly, I remember now.
See, and to be fair, like that felt way better than this. Like I wanted to justify bringing immediate return to more people coming that didn't have access, that maybe, not that a lot of people fly in, but if we could get that airport to a spot it would, that's a game changer. But that seems a long ways off.
Well, I guess that's why I asked where it's a $2 million project, they wanted 500,000, I wondered where the rest is coming from. If it's a matching type thing, if we give 500, if they could get another 500, that's a different deal.
That's, yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
Okay,
It
then-
didn't
It
say
says UDOT and airport funds.
Yeah.
It
So,
doesn't really say. That's kind of a bummer, actually.
Am I reading it right that there's 3 bid alternates? Are they just going between things that would be fancier and nicer and essentials on that, or did anyone get?
This sounds to me like it's replacement of a gas tank that is,
That's what I read.
and if the gas tank is not any good, either you replace it or it goes bad. It goes worse.
Well, what's the local funding? They say local funding, but what's the local funding?
this is your perfect timing.
Yeah, he walks into the last one.
We are looking at number 41 on the Logan, on that.
Airport.
Been working with
Where's the other
Jason.
funding coming from for this project? They say it's a
Logan
$2 million
Airport.
project. and they
Project,
want
they're
half a
asking for
million.
500.
Let me try calling him real quick. I'm not sure off the top of my head. See if I can get in touch with him.
We each took a bite out of your lunch thing.
So the question is,
$2 million project.
is there funding lined up for the rest of?
Is there a
And/or
matching
if
type
there's a match,
thing,
we would
or
be pretty curious about that.
where's the other $1.5 million?
See if I can reach him.
Should we, is there other ones that we should do?
Hey Jason, it's David Zook. I'm in the middle of the Rapz Committee meeting right now, and we're reviewing the grant application that you submitted for the airport. A question has come up about matching funds for the rest of the funding for that project. Is the rest of that funding available, or is there a source for it?
Fuel storage. Basin.
Should we go on?
The project budget, you're right. Down at the bottom it says engineering. 12% of the total.
To be fair, if I'm gonna spend money on engineers, it's gonna be when I'm flying. So, or landing.
You know, a lot of these things should already be within their budget. You know, on replacing, operational things like that.
Operational in the middle of it.
There should be
Increasing
so
tourism.
much every year as you go to.
Set it
Do they
aside.
have a residual? Do they bring money in? Like who?
Well, yeah, it's not, it can't be just a total free service out
I wouldn't
there.
think
Everyone
so. That's my thought is.
Everyone that uses it pays.
Supposed to pay for takeoff and landing, I think.
Yeah, everything.
And then they rent some of those buildings out there also.
But then again, it's Utah State that does most all the landing and flying right now,
It's
so.
all student loans.
So we're not getting anything.
They're doing well with that aviation program though.
I've heard
That's drawing
I've heard as well.
people in, and there's forecasts for pilot shortages in the commercial industry
That's
in the
only
next
300,000
15
or
years.
300,000 each year.
Really?
Yeah. But there's a I think you can't be a commercial, like you can't fly a passenger aircraft past a certain
The
age.
next one, well, let's go on to, if we can, we'll come back to that one. Let's go,
to 45.
45,
let's go to 45 for now.
up in Utah Marathon.
That was
Page
it.
7 on your score sheet.
Scores of 32. Like how you have those spread out.
Okay. Okay, that answers our question. Thank you very much, Jason.
Before we get to,
45.
Okay, I can answer that question. He said they've identified some money from UDOT that would be a match, but he said most of the money they're still working on securing and do not have the rest of those funds yet.
does he know how much they're willing to match? How
UDOT,
much is UDOT willing to match?
he said they have 300,000 from UDOT so far. That's it.
I'll do at least that then. They're willing to match it.
Is the UDOT based on getting the RAPS money?
It would be based on that and the rest of the funding, all of the funding necessary.
But the UDOT money won't go away if we don't fund this right now.
Well, you said that's a potential match.
Yeah, it didn't sound like it would go away necessarily because he's still working on several other sources. It sounds like they've committed that and understand that the airport will be pursuing several other sources.
So that, you might have that either way.
That one scored kind of low. I think it was a 23.
Yeah.
That's really low.
And so I'm a little hesitant to go to the full amount with that kind of score. But, you know, something smaller so that they know that they've got something, from Rapz.
I hate to commit to that.
I hate to see that, to me, it's still a partial project.
Yes.
I would like to see that, hey, this is.
I'd like
I
to see
would
it
like
go
to see
towards tourism
some security,
or something.
something in it, and say, yes, with that, we get this done here within the next.
In their application, they said, we need this money because there's some time-critical things we'd like to acquire. And if you look at it looks like they were gonna try to buy 3 tanks. And one of the tanks was $279,000 or something. Looks like they were trying to buy it to just, until
hurry
they
and
finished
get
it all,
someone.
until it was all complete. And if they've got the UDOT money and they can use that to buy one of the tanks, I would rather wait on this one until next time around, or if we have extra funds, let the county sit on them until they have more in place.
Okay. Anyone else? I kind of feel the same way.
I do too.
It doesn't seem like we're there yet. with
Yeah.
The application, so,
That sounds reasonable.
okay.
Yeah.
So right now, we'll put it at 0. And then go from there and put a,
Okay, to 45, score to 32, Logan downtown.
Utah Marathon.
Like the Grand Fondo, they fill up a lot of hotel rooms. There's a lot of people going out to eat in the afternoon.
One of the things I really like about that too is not only do they fill up hotel rooms, they fill them up 8 months in advance, or 6 months, like, way in advance. It's not just showing up, it's people plan, they start training, they book hotel rooms. So those hotel rooms fill up earlier. I don't know if that's a big factor, but it's interesting.
But what about the attendance? Does anybody know how well it's attended? I know they've had a rough time
I
getting
don't think
going.
COVID was good for them.
Huh?
I don't think COVID did very good for them.
No.
They had a pretty good run before that, though.
They requested 25 last year, and they're just requesting 15 this year. They're either doing much better, so they didn't have to request that much.
I've got down 10. That's kind of maintain the 10,000 for them.
Where I'm at.
And the thing that bothered me a little bit on this one is that there's no accounting
Yeah.
for how last year went.
See, that's why I'm asking, what was it? What was the attendance? How many runners did they have?
Well, even the money, how much did we take in and how did we spend it?
Yeah.
To give us an idea. They've got a budget there, but they budgeted for a $10,000 surplus.
Oh, here it is here. Well, this was 2022. They registered 449 runners, but only 201, well, no, I'm sorry. Of the 449 runners, 201 runners resided outside Cache County and 248 resided in Cache County.
So they did have 450.
They did have about 450, so that's pretty good, really. Yeah,
Yeah, that's really good, in fact.
yeah.
I've got 10,000.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
That's your 10,000. Does that mean 20?
Number 45 is 10,000.
Okay, yep. Good. And Nora Eccles, well, no, hang on, yeah, nope.
Lyric.
Yeah, Lyric Theater.
What page is that on?
The lyric
Seven.
is on
7, thank you.
Did anyone find the budget? I guess this is what we're looking at.
Yeah,
I wish they'd have written that number in.
yeah.
419. And this is just for the marketing. No.
Holy cow.
Estimated
Yeah, marketing out operations.
total production expenses, 76.
I'm sorry, but 5,000 brochures, I don't think still goes very far nowadays.
I'm going to recuse on this one because the Lyric Company is an arm of USU, who's my employer, so I'm just going to step back on this one.
Does your employment depend on it?
No, it does not.
They requested 25 last year, we gave them 10, and they're requesting 25 again this year.
419. Income 419.
And I can't tell.
That is with Rapz.
I'd put down 15.
Go down to 15.
15?
I'd go with 15.
That sounds good.
I think that's reasonable too.
Good.
Keep your job.
46, 15,000.
Okay, Nora Eccles, Harrison Museum Art. You're gonna
I'm
probably
gonna
stay out of
recuse
this
on
one
this
too.
one, just in case.
Well, let's check out the rest of the meeting. You gonna be here at all?
I'm good to go.
Tell us how much you committed to raise in order to keep your job.
Oh, dear.
I went with 5.
I did too.
I'm good with
I
that.
did too. Sometimes, I don't know, I worry sometimes with,
It's on page 8.
I hate to dive too much into an education organization. You know, we talked about Logan School District, we talked about the other one. I hate to dive into them and get married by the hip too much, because then everyone wants everything, and then the independents start losing. So, and then the, lobbyists here. So number 56 is, what page was that again, sorry?
Page 8.
8. We'll go with 5,000 on that one. Thank you.
Nordic United is next. Last year they requested 12,000, gave them 5. This year they're requesting 8,500. I'll probably give them 5 again.
I agree with that.
I think they stayed, that's pretty
5 is good.
consistent. 5 okay, everybody?
Yep.
Yeah.
57.
People do come, like they groom Green Canyon,
They do.
and it's very heavily trafficked in
It
the
is,
wintertime.
yeah.
So it's a good program.
Yeah. Okay, 71, United Way of Cache Valley.
What page are they on?
Didn't do anything with them the last
7.
4 years.
I have 0.
As
The
do
only-
as do I.
The only reason I actually gave them anything is the purpose, what it is for, is the Cash Suicide Prevention Coalition and suicide-free awareness. So that's why I was thinking that maybe we ought to give them something, but we never have given anything in the past to them.
I was struck by the fact that this is for suicide prevention.
So I actually,
And that is, it's striking that we have to even consider that, but it is a rising problem. And I don't know
Okay, this
how
is,
much it's worth.
this is actually the county's event, and it has been funded the last couple of years, but it was funded directly from the county council to the fairgrounds. And the fairgrounds put the event on, similar to how the Cheese and Dairy Festival is put on. But the county council directed staff to actually apply this year for these
Right.
funds,
I remember that.
rather than going through, just going through the normal budget process for the funding. And so as the group was looking at applying, it was decided that instead of the fairgrounds applying for it, that it would go through the United Way, mostly because the fairgrounds is the, they're the venue, they're the ones who actually organized this event, similar again to the Cheese and Dairy Festival. But the goal was to get other people involved to help them to organize and put on the event. And that's the goal with the Cheese and Dairy Festival too, is to at some point get a committee of other people to come in and take that one over as well. And so this one's been successful now in getting the United Way and the rest of the committee there to step up and help put the event on. And so that's why this is under the name of the United Way, but it is something that the county has done for the past 2 years.
So looking at the budget, it says they want $15,000 for a stage. Is that to bring in a stage, to rent a stage?
That was my question as well.
That's what's been
They
done.
want $20,000 for a speaker or a band or an artist. So we really don't know.
Alex Boyer is who has been the performer the last 2 years, and and there has been a big stage that has been rented and brought in for the concert. And does that answer those 2 questions?
So what we're doing,
I'm having trouble with this. So we're putting on a concert and saying, come and hear somebody talk about self-awareness, and if you need help, seek help.
Right.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, but specifically, you're having Alex Boulet come in, who's kind of known in those circles, so to speak. for speaking to that sort of thing. I
Yeah.
don't know if that had more bear on it than not, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the reason why he was brought in, is because he has kind of a history of hosting and performing these types of events, and does a great job, actually. And it's not just a concert, it's most of the day festival, yeah. Last year there were, I think, around 36 booths with exhibitors, nonprofit organizations, mental health providers, different agencies providing resources and information. So that's a big part of it. And then, in addition to the music, there are speakers. The way it's been done the last couple of years is some music and then some speakers and some music and some speakers, and just kind of mixing it up. And overall, an educational, not just an entertainment event, but an educational event as well.
Is this some kind of track record of the efficacy of this kind of a program? Does it help? Is there any way of measuring whether it's helpful?
We do have several success stories from the last couple of years, from just anecdotal stories from people who have approached us and shared their story based on their experience afterward. But there's no empirical data or anything like that.
I think the only thing that you could go to would be if we had a number of the number that had attended. I think that's the only empirical data probably you can get to.
Yeah, and it's had thousands of attendees. The grass area at the fairgrounds has been full the last 2 years. We don't know the exact numbers because we didn't ticket attendees or anything. There was a really big turnout both years, that whole grass area being full.
But what you said earlier is that either the Cache County will have it in their budget and foot the bill, or it will come out of the Rapz. Is that right?
No, what happened the last 2 years was the county council allocated restaurant tax money to this project. So they were funded through these funds the last 2 years.
It's under a different name.
Yeah, it was just under the Fairgrounds Event Center is who it was through, and I don't know if it shows.
But it did not go through the application process.
Right.
I see.
Yeah, it didn't go through this process, because it came up later in the year, and it was just kind of a last minute thing, ended up being very successful, and then was done again the next year. The first year, actually, what happened was the group came to the council and said, here's this event we want to do, we think we can raise the money, but if not, will you help us with some restaurant tax money? And that, in that first year, I don't remember how much of the restaurant tax money was actually used, but I don't think there was any. If any, it was very small, because they ended up raising the money. The second year, they ended up using more of the restaurant money because Alex Boyer had a last minute change in his schedule, and it had to be moved up a couple months earlier in the year, and they didn't have as much time to fundraise. But the intent is to be able to fundraise again this year and be able to pay for most of the expenses through fundraising.
When you said the group came, who was the group that came to the county and asked the county to
The
back
first
them
year, the Fairgrounds Event Center.
Well, the group was the Cache Suicide Prevention Coalition, no? Or was the event center that came up with the first?
No, it was, now the Suicide Prevention Coalition has been brought in as a partner.
Okay,
But
gotcha.
when this first came up, it was simply staff at the event center who got this idea and decided to do it. They're really good at holding events. That's all they do, all day, every day, all year round. They put on events there, and they heard about an event that had been hosted down on the Wasatch Front with Alex Boyer, and they thought, we could do this here, and decided to put it on. And then there are a couple of people involved over there who've been personally affected by suicide. And because of that, they're very passionate about this, and that's why they took the lead the first 2 years on organizing this event. I suggested to them, though, that this isn't really, it's not really their job. Their job is to put on events, but not necessarily to provide mental health resources and things, and that's why I encourage bringing the Suicide Prevention Coalition in to be a partner, as well as a number of other partners, agencies, and organizations, nonprofit organizations. And so it's a lot more, I think, formal and organized now with these different groups, and I think they're going to make an even better event this year.
With that being said,
I'm not sure I feel good. It sounds like it was, we put on an event to have an event, to use a facility, and then we found somebody to back that event. I don't know if that's where we fit.
I have a little different perspective. I love the event. I love the activity. I think it's really cool. I have a lot of concern about ways that that suicide is affecting our communities. I see it among students at USU. I've seen it among my kids' peers in the high schools. The part that I have the hardest time with this application is not the merits of the event. It's whether it falls under tourism promotion. And if this,
Arts, recreation, and zoo.
if this can fall under arts, then I don't have any issue with the event. Does this one have to be under the tourism promotion component, though?
It's a new one, and when we put it in, it did qualify. Let me see where.
But could it qualify under arts as well?
Arts?
If it can qualify under
It's
arts.
music. We have multiple other music groups
Yeah.
for arts.
I'd have to,
And I'm not even necessarily arguing for full funding for it. I like what kinds of stages do we use when the county fair hosts concerts and things like that? Are there ways that we can scale this so that, the idea of budgeting $15,000 every year to rent a stage doesn't fit for me?
Put an application in to build a stage.
But let's build the capacity and buy the county fairgrounds a stage so that this event can happen for $3,000 or $10,000 every time instead, or things like that. So I do really like the core measure, but I can't let my likes of one thing versus another thing dictate what I recommend funding for. It has to fit with the program. I think
I would still go with the 10,000.
I would guess that this could fit under arts. I would just say, there's a lot of stuff that we're considering today and have considered today, that you guys have considered today. And they're mostly all about fun. They're pretty much all about entertainment. They're about arts and entertainment. Maybe some educational components in some of them. This one is different. It feels different, it looks different, sounds different, because it is different. It is about arts and entertainment, but it's about arts and entertainment for a different cause. This is for a cause that is a very important cause in our community. And I don't know how familiar all of you are with the mental health crisis that we have in our community right now, but there are a significant number of people who are dying from suicide in our community on a very regular basis, too regular a basis. In fact, this morning, our human resources director, and our victim services director, and our counseling firm that we work with met with some of our employees in one of our departments because one of our employees died by suicide this weekend.
Is there anything, it is obviously, I mean, you gotta be careful with a topic like this, but is there anything to show its success in helping that?
I don't know, how much success do we have from American Festival Course? I don't know. Each of these.
I don't know either, I'm just asking the questions.
Each of these, we could have that same argument about each one of these. How much of an impact did they make on our community from an economic standpoint, from an educational standpoint, from an entertainment standpoint? That's a good question to ask that about each one of these.
To piggyback on that, David, a little success could go a long way if it's measured in the right perspective.
Something like that's kind of hard to measure, though.
That's what I'm saying. A little goes a long way if you save one life, it's done. Like, you funded it. But
That's why I'm still in favor of giving them something. I agree with what you're saying, Bruce. It may not fit in
do you feel
the
like,
right square or the right block or whatever.
and in the past, it sounds like they have found a fair amount of funding from other locations. Is that still an option? Are they growing it?
Yeah,
how does that
that's
look?
the plan, and ideally, this event happens without even needing to touch this money. That's what happened the first year.
Yeah, that's what you said.
That's the goal, is to raise enough money that this doesn't need to happen. And what the council did that first year, which I thought was awesome, was they said, we will provide this funding if you need it. And then they said the same thing last year, and they did need it last year, and they used the funding. Going forward, how exactly that looks.
Why did we, that's a good question, or good thought right there. You brought up that we did not need it the first year, and then we needed it the second. What was the difference then?
The difference was that in the second year, Alex Boyer changed his schedule and had to move it up a couple of months.
So
They hadn't
was
done
he
the
coming
fundraising.
free?
The
No,
time to raise the money changed. They went from like multiple months to raise the money to less months to raise the money. So the fundraising window closed on them.
And some of the people who donated the first year did not participate the second year for various reasons. We're hoping some of them come back this year. But it was different the second year. There was a shortened, unexpected time frame in that second year. And then,
But it sounds like this was semi-successful through COVID, difficult times. So, I mean, just to have some momentum there in that time.
yeah, and there's a lot of momentum, I think. It was a great event the first year, and a huge crowd last year as well. But it is, how much does it help? Did it help one person? Yeah, we have several stories. They actually made a series of videos afterward of people who attended, people who were touched, people who were inspired, people who were motivated to.
Videos that are, I mean, how does the public see that? Like, how does?
Yeah, so they use those videos as additional educational and informative material that they shared through social media online with people afterward to continue the message.
I'm uncomfortable making a recommendation on this. But my recommendation is that we let the county council decide. I don't know that I would be willing to recommend any amount to it, but that we leave enough that if the council wants to do it, that they decide at that level rather than at this level.
I'd put 10 in. Total respect. I would maybe think about putting 10 in, and then if the county council wants to see it fully funded or at least insured against the ability to get funding, they can bump it up to 25. But for my part, I'm comfortable with 10, but one voice among many here.
That's what I
Can they do it
mentioned
without the
before.
stage? Can they pull in a truck and do it off the back of a truck?
That'd be a cool show.
I think this is a really good program, and I think we should fund a little bit of it. I'm willing to go 15 on it.
I'm more in line with you.
I think I'm in line with Barbara. I think it's an excellent program, and it's a kind of a wait and see. But I think the program is going to be beneficial to anybody who participates or watches, and hopefully it will save a few people.
Right, in the arts category, it fits comfortably, because it's a performing art, right?
The only problem is I can put it in as a qualifying expense. I can put it in, they're a nonprofit, United Way is a nonprofit. I can put it in as cultural organization for ongoing operation expenses for theater. But the problem is United Way, their primary purpose is not a cultural or arts. And that's why we put it in under tourism so that it could qualify that way.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and make a decision and go on.
I'd put it at 10 or 15. 15 would be fine with me if the county council wants to revisit that. But I would, it makes it a lot easier for this board each time it reviews it. There's a clearer link to tourism promotion in the way they apply for it
In the
future.
application,
Speaking from the county council point of view, putting, either 10 or 15 in, it's going to probably be bought before the council anyway. And so if the council feels like they want to make up the difference on it, then that's a decision we'll make later on it.
Yeah, I like that idea, Barbara. I think that's a great approach, because you're exactly right. The council could
It
adjust
would
it
be
later.
easier for me to vote for it or to put money towards it if it said, hey, we had an event. The first time we had an event, we had 500 people attend. Second time, we had 2,000 attend. That would be more meaningful to me as a tourism item than just, hey, we're gonna have a concert and whoever shows up, shows up.
but it's hard when it is line items that are hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah. There were several thousand people each time. Like I said, it wasn't ticketed, so we don't know exactly, but the lawn was full both years, and I've heard estimates from 2,500 to 5,000 as far as how many people attended.
Maybe we should be keeping better records of attendance.
Well, and on their application, that would help us a
Yeah,
lot.
exactly.
The application came across like, hey, I'd put 15 to it and put it to the council. I mean,
One thing we gotta be I think we need to be real careful is, one, is if we start.
Precedence. Is that what you lean into?
I'm worried that we should never, ever prey on the plight of others. And I say that in the way that I say that is that we should never take an issue that is a very sensitive issue, and we should let other organizations, we should never take tax money to be part of a fundraiser for us, and it'll never end. You'll have autism, you'll have homelessness, you'll have, we could just go on and on and on with putting this money that was generated for specific purposes to everyone's plight. And I am personally, the concert itself should be very independent. It should be by itself, but the group that did it, they should, yes, we'll maybe give them a break on a rental or something like that, or free, but it should be a different organization that is doing it completely.
We had the same discussion 2 years ago when United Way, and they put it on here.
Exactly.
They wanted to have a pickleball tournament.
Yep.
We're gonna have a pickleball tournament, everybody's gonna pay in, and we're gonna raise money for,
Whatever cause it was.
and it was for suicide again, I think, for suicide prevention. And that was 2 years ago, and we said, no, that doesn't work, and I think we had that same discussion, Dave.
And we, to answer your concerns, Dave, under Utah state law, counties are responsible for mental health. And so that's why we have Bear River Mental Health that we partnered with our neighboring counties to create and to address mental health in our communities. That's why we have the Bear River Health Department that we partnered with our neighboring counties to create. And that's why I have pulled them into this event, and they're part of it now, because they are our mental health agencies, and they're great partners. I'm glad to have them there. They're doing a good job, but it is our responsibility as a county to make sure our community's healthy, and that's a big part of Rapz. So a lot of this stuff that we're doing in Rapz helps us to create a healthy community, whether it's mental health or physical health. So I think this is a good project and a good program for us to be partners with them on. I'm thankful that we had staff who, it wasn't necessarily their job, but they were creative, they saw a need, and they stepped up and they were willing to help with this important need, even though it wasn't really specifically their job. We are working now in a little different way, and including the people whose job it is, like the Suicide Prevention Coalition and the mental health agencies. They're much more engaged with this now, but it is definitely a good cause.
Okay, so what, 10, 15?
I'll go with 10 or 15, either one.
15.
15, okay.
I'll go with 15.
71 is 15. Let's see, we've done 73 and 74.
76.
We're 76, the Summer
Page 7.
Citizens Program. You're gonna
I'm going to recuse. And in fact, if this is the last one,
We have to go to 23 again.
oh, dang it. Okay.
We can hurry and do that.
Summer Citizens, 30.
Go to
We gave them
28,
15 last year.
page
and
7.
We gave them 15 last year, and
Yeah,
I'm suggesting you give them the same thing this year, based on prior discussions that
because
we've had.
it said that we awarded them 0, but I thought we gave them 15.
I was thinking we gave them 15 also.
You gave them 15 in
2
2022.
years ago, it was 0. 2 years ago, they forgot. They were in a transition,
That's right.
directors, and they didn't apply.
I think they still
So
are.
that's what it should say. 2 years ago, it was 0.
That's right.
That shows 15 last year and 0.
Out of sync.
Should we match that?
I had down here 15, but whatever,
I've heard it 4 times.
Good with 15.
15, okay.
15 is fine with me.
Okay. We're just about there. 23. This one here was brought out of, and was resurrected. So.
Yeah, that's right.
So this one wasn't wrapped in with the other trail stuff we looked at earlier?
No, this is a
Correct. This is a different entity.
Oh, gotcha. Trails, cache, and cache trails.
Cache Valley, Cache County Trails, and this is.
Cache Trails Alliance is a nonprofit. The others are associated with the county.
And this is to fund the entire project.
Correct.
And it's a study, right?
Essentially.
They're going to conduct a survey, or basically a study, to prepare for a environmental study so that they could see where the trail is best suited as far as the path goes, and then the Logan Ranger District will do the.
The chances of success in the NEPA process, those are, as I've heard the tale notoriously difficult, long winding trails, if I dare use the word that way. Did the applicants give a sense of that? I didn't get it from the application, but.
Not in speaking with them or in the application that and you review them much deeper than I do. So I can't answer that.
Well, this is the initial, this is just the step one.
Yeah, this,
Say, can we do this?
I know, but even just have the NEPA process to be.
Get the NEPA that far?
5 to 10 years would
Yeah.
be typical
Oh, yeah.
for the NEPA process, from what I understand. I don't have a lot of experience in this
Build the
space.
trail according to the NEPA process, or just to get us?
Just to get NEPA approval. NEPA is the National Environmental Protection Act or something like that. It is the process that you have to go through to change uses and get these kinds of things permitted on federal lands.
The number one killer of all good projects. Literally.
Well, I think this is right in line with what what we're looking at. This looks like, to me, this looks like Rapz money. This potentially builds a bigger infrastructure, but I understand it's a hard process.
How long has Cache Trails Alliance been out there?
I don't remember.
No?
I know, I'm pretty sure at least, they're still young, but I'm pretty sure they're 3 or 4 years old. I don't think they're much older than that, though, 'cause I hadn't heard of them before then.
I think they've been around a little longer than that, but not that much longer. I don't know, less than 10, but I think more than 5, but I don't know for sure.
This is a pretty big ask.
There is a little part of me that kind of gets a little grumpy at this particular proposal, in the sense that I'm frustrated that the federal government gives a NEPA process and then they fund people to staff the Forest Service, but they're not staffed at a level where they have the capacity to actually do the NEPA process that's defined by which they can do their jobs. And I probably just need to set aside my grumpiness with that aspect of this and make a judgment on the merits of the process of getting it done or not getting it done. But
I agree with you though, as far as someone else getting money from the county to go ahead and do.
To do the NEPA.
You know, I'm very much, if it had a beginning within area that we really had control of, maybe an end, or just somewhere that, you know, we really, the county had kind of a more of a control in, hey, yeah, we're gonna run the trail through this part of the county, and then it's gonna join up somewhere where it is entirely within the Forest Service boundary.
Right.
I think that this, I hate to say it, but 21,000 may be lost, or who knows how long. I don't see a whole lot of outcome for a long, long time.
The trouble I had with it is that how was they gonna spend the money? 2 crew members, that's so much for so many hours, and a CTA director. Who are these people? Are they additional people?
They're all Forest Service, aren't they?
Not all
Then why do they need money to do something that they're already being paid?
I got the sense that
We just,
the Forest Service says this is great. It would take 2 people 30 to 45 days to conduct the surveys and get things ready to roll through NEPA.
who are those people?
Those people would be people that Cache Trails Alliance hires using the money that Rapz allocates.
So these are additional people.
So these are additional folks, I presume, or maybe they would use it to pay their own people.
Well, that's my
not
point. If
clear.
they use it to pay their own people,
Then their own people are already there.
their own people are already there.
Already in place.
Normally, a consultant is used for these types of things, and that was my assumption, what they were planning to do.
NEPA is a pretty specialized area to be working in.
No, that's the thing that bothers me, is I don't know where. We don't know.
CTA, I think, is Cache Trails Alliance.
Yeah.
So I think it's associated with Cache Trails Alliance. those individuals, I think was my understanding.
Their successes or anything like that, what they've done in the past, or
Were
we're
they
talking
instrumental with
about
that Beaver Mountain project?
Yes, that was.
That was their project.
the mountain biking one?
I think so, yeah. I think that was
Yeah.
actually pretty successful.
They've been very successful. The guy who founded this is the one that I appointed to the Open Space Committee as the trails expert, because they have had a significant amount of successes in recent years in getting trails done with very little money from us. That most of their projects they're doing on their own, raising money.
Volunteer work.
Getting volunteers, donating land, things like that. So they've been very successful, I think, in getting a lot of bang for their buck, especially with the tax.
Well, and a project like this it's ambitious, but who else is gonna attack it? I mean, like, the county's not gonna attack it. You know, maybe it's a multi-county situation, I don't know. 'Cause it's gonna
What
work.
specifically, what kind of trail?
I
Is
think
it a
it's a
multi-use
multi-use,
trail?
I think it's a multi-use, and nowadays, that's almost all they do, but, it's
Side-
Sounds
further
like
up.
a
side to
single track, I
Single
think, for
track.
this section.
Oh,
For hiking and biking, non-motorized, is my memory from the application. Because there's already a lot of double track, or some double track up there, if I remember the application. I think this one's going to be.
double track, unique process you could add on another 5 years.
I can imagine that.
So is number 23 the same group as number 21?
No, the 19, 20, and 21, and
No.
well, 18 through 21 are all Cache
Are they
County trails.
related at all?
No,
They collaborate with one another, but they are separate. 18, 19, 20, and 21 are associated with our development services, Cache County. The one that you're talking about, 23, is Cache Trails Alliance. It's a nonprofit. They collaborate, they work with our county trails system or coordinator, but it's a separate entity. It's a nonprofit.
So what, that entity right there, what skin in the game do they have?
The,
Are they bringing anything else except they're gonna go do some hiring, they're gonna go do legwork, right?
the Cache County, or Cache
Do they have
Alliance?
donations, do they have anything like that to match with this money?
They're doing everything else.
Yeah.
The only thing they're asking us for is this money to do the.
they'll probably
environmental
build the
study.
trail and everything.
They're gonna build it. It says in here that they will go build it.
That's how they've done their other trails, is with volunteer work.
If we get approval, they'll go build.
If you can get it through the whole process, if you give approval, they start the process, they get authorization to go on Forest Service land, then they go build it.
I have a proposal. In their budget, table 1, it says a $12,000 cost for the trail crew to do the layout, $4,000 for time of the Cache Trails director on the project, and $5,000 for tools and equipment costs. What if we funded, say, either the 12,000
Yeah, maybe other volunteer.
or but not the director time of the tools and equipment costs, or something of that nature? There's not page numbers within their application, but I think it's 2 sheets from the back of it.
It's not a bad proposal.
That way, we're not just funding their director, and we're inviting them to bring their tools and equipment that the organization already has, but we are providing some support for those 2 people to come in and do the NEPA.
So are you saying the 12,000 plus the 5 for equipment?
I was thinking just the 12. I'm not sure what equipment
Didn't really spell it out, did
would
it?
look like for just doing
Something
that.
special. My guess is they do for a new chainsaw or something, I don't know,
But even then, if they're not building the trail yet, it
Well,
shouldn't be trail building
but, right,
equipment.
it's not trail building.
Well, I have a question. What's the director's, what's their role in this? If we were to fund the directors and the equipment, could the director start working on the trail without adding some additional people?
Well, and to be fair, that's a really good question. Like, is that, I don't think in this group, I don't have a ton of experience with it, but nobody stands there in points. You know, like, there's no just supervisor role. Everybody's pretty busy doing it. So my guess is they're probably recouping it, at least not totally volunteering their whole life. This is probably their wife driving the situation. You can't leave the house all the time. I don't know. It's interesting.
I'm not sure what they mean by the word director, because it says 2 directors.
Yeah.
So that's, I don't know, if that means supervisors or managers, or, I'm not sure what that means.
It's an interesting application.
Or directors of the alliance.
That's the way I read.
Directors, a board of directors.
That's what it looks like.
And, I mean, in the instance of lack of clarity in an application, it does make it a little harder to know what to do.
Well, this is the last one.
Yeah.
I kind of like your idea.
Why do we leave this one till the
Halfway through or
See if we have any money left.
10 or 12.
Do we have money left?
Leave it for the council.
Curious how much you guys spent while I was
That's still your headache? Let them fight over it.
If I've got everything in, and I've tried to check as you're discussing, without any money towards number 23, there is $721,807 left.
With regrets, I have a 3 o'clock appointment on campus, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to
Oh,
slip
you're
out.
late.
I sent a text a moment ago for being on the phone during the meeting, to let them know I'd be.
Thank you for your.
Should we go with David's suggestion though of 12,000 on this one?
I like it.
I say no, but I say leave it to the council. Let's talk about it there, but that's fine. Put it down 12, we'll talk about it anyway. Yeah. So.
12.
I just, I want to see more skin in the game in this thing. I like to see not just, I don't know, if it's an organization putting it into it, yeah, we're going to bring, of the 21,000, we got $6,000 raised, you know, to participate with.
I'd like to see a budget for this organization.
Yeah,
What do they do?
exactly. There's nothing. That's what I'm wondering, what is this organization?
I'd be kinda
A group of
surprised.
5 guys?
Yeah.
So the Cash
Sorry.
Trails Alliance collaborates with the Cache County Trails system. They work together. So on May 10th, there's an Adopt a Trails event at the fairgrounds. If you would like more information, they'll all be there. So they have a board of directors of 10, and they've probably been involved for 7 years. A lot of this trail system that's happening in Cache County is from the Alliance, the people that are on their board.
What were those dates again?
May 10th.
May
I mean, no, not May 10th, Saturday, May 6th.
So they are a certified nonprofit organization.
They are,
Means that they file,
yes.
okay, and none of those records are with this application, are they?
Pardon me.
None of those records that tells us what, you know, the impact or how big this organization is, and I'm sure if they're being filed, we should have a copy of that stuff, right?
Well, they're under the $25,000 threshold.
All we asked them for was their tax ID number.
Right.
Confirm that they're.
And I've confirmed that they are a nonprofit.
Okay.
But because they didn't apply for more than 25,000, they didn't need to turn in the other tax information.
Any other suggestions? We have one at 12.
I have 0, but that's fine. The ones that I'll consider that the county's commission on this one.
I think it would be nice for the county to contribute, because this organization, and I don't know them, I don't know if I've ever met any of them, but they have been great partners with our Trails office and have helped our Trails office to accomplish a lot of things that if they weren't there doing that, it would have been a lot more expensive and taken a lot longer to accomplish. So I think they've been a great partner with us, and I think we should encourage them to keep helping us by at least partially funding their application.
We're going with 12 then.
Okay,
12,000.
put 12 down, we'll
Okay.
take it to the county council. Okay, that's it.
There were some that you starred. Did you want to
Yeah.
revisit those?
Well, we're looking at,
Sorry.
go back to your, we over in one area?
We can make those adjustments.
Yeah,
It's
you'll
the-
have to.
It's the bottom line. So we're at 709,807 left. You don't have to spend it all, but, or allocate it, not spend it. Recommend it, sorry. Get the right verbiage here. Recommend it to the council.
Mid-Star Smith City for the
Was there anything you
history.
wanted to go back to?
That's,
We have earmarked, we have 16, we have 20 earmarked, that was another trails project, we have
66. 63.
Yeah, 63 is what I'm seeing too. I'm seeing,
Going down right on page 1, you got 66, we had a star for.
Yep.
Any increase in that one, do you feel?
that's the museum, right?
How much do you think we ought to carry over, Barbara?
Number 66?
No, how much
Oh.
stars carry over for flexibility on some other things?
I would say 300 to 400 at least.
I think that's what we did last
My
year.
gut feeling.
I think that's what we had last
Okay.
year.
What we've done in the past is right around 400.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so that being, but we've already brought that portion into this year's, right, and added it
Yeah.
to it.
Okay.
Yeah,
So basically, we wouldn't, we'd be spending all of this year's and just still maintaining
correct.
last year's 400.
That's not a bad idea though.
So we had starts 66 on page 1, number 66. Any additions, changes there, proposals?
If we raise that one, how many phone calls will it save you?
None, you're fine.
I think there's bigger priorities than that one.
I agree. I do agree.
Well, let's see what the others,
On number 2, I believe, didn't we have that one started? That one started. We had 30,000. Was we thinking about increasing that at all?
number 2.
That was
That's
one of
on
the,
page
that was the
1.
first one too. That
Yeah,
was,
the very first one.
How much did you guys, I'm sorry, I wasn't
We
here.
had
we
for
did
that
30 on
30,000.
that. They requested 40 and we started with 30.
Well, I'm in it, so I ought to recuse myself.
Well, we better go 40.
Okay, there'll be one person left here to vote on it. Any idea, any change?
I would like to see full 40 on that.
I wouldn't be opposed to that one. I'd know that one was.
What number was that? Sorry.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Okay, that, okay?
So we're
See that.
increasing it to 40,000.
Yep, okay, and then the other stars, if I don't have them on mine, will you help me here?
Yeah,
Page 2, I didn't see any, did you?
mine are done by the number, so not by the page. So my next one is 16. We started. It was the Cache County Fairgrounds. They're number 4.
Yeah.
That was only started because we allocated that total sum. And then if there was left over, we might revisit that. We've only got that at 21,156, which is fine. That's not one I would think we intentionally started so much as we just said, if there's extra, we can go back to it. So I would, unless somebody really feels passionate about that, I would probably go back to number 20, the Cache County Trails Alliance, number 3. Let's see, no, that one we ended up funding. Let's see. That puts me all the way down to those 60s that we were talking
I've got
about.
number 16, I'm going on page 5.
Okay, yeah.
I had number 16, that's what.
Sorry, you number 4, did you change that
Number
one?
4. That's the one that,
I'm
the only
go-
reason
I'm
we,
going by my sheet, he's got his on computer, so I don't know.
no, number, what?
We
What was the
didn't
question?
change number 4, we totally out, funded that one before we started.
That's
Oh, okay.
funded. No, that one, sorry, not number 4, Cache County Fairgrounds number 4, number
Well, the
16.
fourth alternative.
Oh, no, number
Right.
16.
So number 16, which is Cache County Fairgrounds number 4, we had funded the 400,000 or whatever it was, and then this is what was left, right? if I
Right.
remember right.
So 21,
Yeah,
156.
correct.
It's 21,000.
We left that as if we got to it.
Let's fund it
Okay.
fully. Let's fund that one fully.
So we're funding 54.
Number 16 on page
16,
5.
16.
16,
Let's fund that to 54,333.
Yeah, okay, good deal.
Okay. And then down, I have River Heights City at the bottom of that one, number 63. I had a star on that one.
Yep.
I do too.
Okay, what do you feel on that?
I'd like to
We
see
were
that
at
fully.
125.
We were 125 and 150.
Yeah.
I think I would
Let's
cop
go
us
ahead
off.
and fully
Let's
fund
go for
that
it.
one, okay? So 63, fully fund that one,
It would be, what would the amount be?
100.
150.
50.
50,000.
And
We should have 61 coming up, 64 is coming up. Those are the only other two that I have.
64 stars.
I had 64 star too. Smithfield's Parks and Rec was number 1. We allocated 100,000.
Yeah.
Who is it, is what,
Smithfield City.
okay.
I don't know if we want to feel like we want to go a little more on that. The other one that I
think
see
that's
is
where Ken, he said 200,000 originally, didn't he? And
Yeah.
we were talking back and forth. We've increased some of even the smaller cities a little bit, and Logan's been, pretty good, 400. something.
yeah. Should we push that to like 150 or
What's that?
Smithfield?
Logan got, they got a pretty good chunk. We've done some of the cities.
Smithfield
done
City
those.
Parks and Rec.
We're on number 64.
We're on 64.
For pavilion and shade structures. Yeah.
You'd say 125.
What did we,
We put 100 on it.
okay.
They're asking for 264. We have room, we can go.
If we have it enough, I wouldn't mind going to 175 on that one, but, yeah.
I'm agreeable to
On number
that.
64, is that pushing it too high?
164.
Number 64.
Yeah,
Okay, let's
Yeah.
do that.
175.
10 cents and make them account for it. Yes.
What number's that?
That's 39. 125, they're asking for 250.
Right.
It scored really high.
It did.
Um,
You know what page? Oh, there we are, on page 5.
We could, yeah.
Page five?
Yeah.
Throw another 50 at that. Where are we at now?
Helps them.
Without making, let's see,
Without our 4.
on 66, this was the Smithfield Historical. You didn't make any changes on that, right?
No.
No, not on historical. That
Okay,
was,
no change. So let me see where we're at.
Let's
Let's
go,
see
let's
what-
go to 170. Oh, I
We're
think,
kind of curious how far off
oh,
we are.
there we go, yeah.
Where are we at here? There we go. It's all gone. 566,
66, and
963.
we only have Hiram City and Richmond City left. So I would probably go 175 on that.
This is number
Which?
39?
This is number
39?
39, 175.
175.
Okay.
39.
That's good.
Okay,
Good process, guys. Now, Richmond, we didn't have another,
30.
we had the one request, we fully
Oh, we
funded it.
we did fund that one. I forgot.
Fully funded that one.
Note on it. So,
What number are we looking at?
I think we're actually pretty
That's
close.
all, that's pretty well all the stars unless someone has something.
If,
Okay.
I would find one of those, like, either we'll go back to Hiram, fund that, or something like that.
Well,
because
if you, I guess with the rest of you, let's go ahead and take
we
this
have 4.
Yeah.
and then
Over 500 left, right?
if you want to take a second look at this stuff and then email, just go
Yeah.
ahead and email Alma or I saying, hey, I'd like to propose a little bit of a change, then we will take those, Barbara and I, we'll look at those, and we'll take those to the county council.
Yeah.
Go from there.
Sounds
And
great.
what I will do is I will finalize these numbers and send them out to you
Oh, good.
to make sure they're okay.
Yeah, that's,
And the plan is to prepare this, not county council tomorrow.
No.
no,
You know,
please,
I don't want to be up all night.
yeah,
But on the 9th of May,
okay.
we'll plan on having it to the council, well,
And-
prior to that, but.
And then, appreciate all of
Thank you
you.
to
I think it's
everyone.
been,
Thank you.
we've gone through it, we haven't had to meet a second time, which is good. And so, but there may be an anomaly that, I mean, sometimes a little weird thing, a glitch or something might happen.
Right.
Right.
But we
Yes.
can work through that.
7 right there, it doesn't have a comma, is it recognized, included that as a total?
Number 47 right there?
Yeah.
Yes, 40,000. Yes. It will,
Saying it's not.
It's not,
oh, it's not,
Is it included in the total?
it is, yes. So down here,
It's got a white background, so is it?
yeah,
yeah,
it's summed up all the way,
Okay.
yes.
thank you.
Okay, and we'll go with that.
Okay, good job.
Take, grab your chocolates on the way out, even
I've
if
already
it's
grabbed 4.
I know, but take some home.
So is the meeting adjourned then?
Yes, let's
Okay.
adjourn. It is adjourned now.
Do we have budget meeting? We don't have a budget